The ghosts are waiting, so won't you join me in the house on Haunted Hill?
The wildest of flesh eaters. The unknown killer whose mass murders shocked the world.
Or you'll be late for your own funeral.
Egypt, 4,000 years ago.
Gentlemen, we are witnessing a biological chain reaction. The Hound of Hell, half human, half what?
No, you're gonna shoot me! Don't shoot! I'm innocent!
The power of Kaltiki will destroy the world.
Looks like a small rat.
You see human heads without bodies.
The evil that men do.
Supernatural powers.
Have you ever seen any of his victims? From beyond the grave.
Some revolting sacrificial rite has been performed.
Don't try to escape, you can't.
He who robs the graves of Egypt dies.
Who was this arch-fiend who struck in the night?
Of course, its tremendous electric charge is what projects the radiation. Appearing out of the nightmare darkness.
The creative urge at its most primitive.
The diabolical.
Mary Clark. Why were prostitutes his chosen victims?
Shrews as small as rats. Comes blood-freezing horror. Are they doomed, all who oppose him?
Of the most terrifying killer of all time.
As an ancient curse.
What human being could have done this?
You know that you can't kill me. Evil his face. His victims, the young and the beautiful.
From space beyond space comes force beyond measurement.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 294 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexican. And of course, we have Mr. No Fact Checks, Tyler, also known as Mr. Saucedo in the house. And last but not least, we have Tony, the Shiner Hartman, representing the Sin Bin podcast. And of course, I'd be your host, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's up, dudes?
Yo.
What's up, bitches?
Yeah. Top 10 of 1959. Nobody asked for it, but you guys are getting it. So
this is now our, third of these super retro shows?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So what was it? 41, 36, and now 59.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
You guys aren't going to retroactively count 68?
We lump that in with the modern stuff because we started with 68 because we felt like 68 was like the start of like modern horror
the modern era of horror.
So you're lumping 69 in with all the modern years too?
Yeah. So 69 we just pushed that in with 70.
Okay.
Yeah, so this so when we randomize the new retro year, it's just going to be from 60 to 67. So there's 7 years to choose from. So whoever wins this and doubles up, there's a pretty good chance that we get 1960 or whatever. Like, I was actually going through the years the other night and I was like, the 60s is pretty fucking solid, man. There's a lot of good movies.
I would be really happy if we get 60 or 64. Those two are very good years.
Yeah,
it's definitely more along the lines of like prep that 59 was.
Yeah.
Versus the 30s and the 40s, because there's definitely a lot more movies in the 60s.
I mean, a lot of the Italian films, man, we've reviewed tons and seen the majority of those movies. So it's just kind of going back and revisiting them in the vaults and shit like that. But yeah, there's some really fucking solid years, man. I was like, damn, dude, like competitively, I didn't look at like the abundance of films. Some of the years don't have that many movies to go through. So it's kind of like,
59. It's similar to 59.
Yeah, man. But I had a lot of fun prepping for 59. Like, I just honestly, man, it's a really solid year in my opinion. Like a lot of the 50s years, like there's a lot of years in the 50s I think are pretty solid and shit. But 59 kind of sticks out a little bit for me, man. It's great, man. It's kind of like the end of like the atomic age of films and stuff. Like there's that whole sci-fi element still in them, but there's a lot of different types of films in 59 you'd be quite surprised about. You know, there's a little bit of Tyler.
There's a gothic wave.
Yeah, like it's, I mean, of course, Hammer was, spiking up at that point too. So you get the gothic kind of Hammer films and stuff like that. And then you do get like the sci-fi horror films. And there's a whole, like, there was even like, kind of, I wouldn't say an uprise, but there was still a lot of foreign films that were coming out at that time too, which you'd be surprised about too. And like Mexican films, and, there was a little bit of Italian films that were just kind of popping off. Yeah, man, it was a fun year. It was a really, really fun year. I've always been a big fan of like 50s horror films. So the prep for this was super easy for me. It was like super, super easy. Yeah, because I'm a hoarder and I pretty much owned everything. I think there was only one movie out of the 42 that I watched that I didn't own.
That's insane.
That's pretty crazy. I picked up like a handful of titles that I didn't own, like The Killer Shrews and Giant Gila Monster.
Yeah, the double feature from Film Detective.
Yeah.
I upgraded a couple of films. I did go out of my way to grab a couple movies I didn't own, but they were on my radar to pick up anyways. So I didn't feel bad about grabbing them and stuff like that. But yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like when I'm prepping for years, I really like to watch physical copies. It just seems a little bit more personal for me. I'm not opposed to, having to watch things digitally on the computer.
I own 3 of the movies I watched.
3.
That's crazy.
I own 13.
I just think but it's crazy when I like broke down the list of the 42 film. Like a lot of these movies have really good releases, like boutique label releases and solid Blu-ray releases. Like I was watching really stellar copies of these films and shit, and it really does kind of, up it a little bit. Like watching the, the Killer Shrews and that double feature and shit. Like the Film Detective or Film Masters now, as they're known. I don't know. Do you know why they changed their name? It used to be Film Detective, and now it's Film Masters, like out of the blue.
Is it the same company?
Yeah,
because I was always curious about that.
I think I don't know if it's like a sub label or what.
No, it's the same. It's the same company, because I used to get copies for Film Detective to review, and the girl, the PR lady, still sends me the PRs, and it's for Film Masters.
Yeah,
it's weird.
That I think that lady actually grew up around me.
Right. Nice.
Because I remember when I was talking to her and I gave her like my address, she was like, "Oh, I'm from this town next over or something."
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I thought that was wild.
I haven't requested anything from them. They like I said, I still get the PR emails and stuff, but I don't ever really request things because I just feel like if I don't have the time to do it, I'd rather just not steal the copy from them. I have a conscience now because I'm old. So, but I think they do really good work. Like when they were under the moniker Film Detective, they were putting out some pretty solid shit and some pretty obscure things. I was like, that's pretty cool. But man, I don't know where they stepped up their game, and like their transfers and like their releases themselves are like books. They do a lot of work. They put books in there. The transfers are really damn good. They're an underrated boutique label for sure. 100%. And they're affordable too. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is they've released a lot of films from this era that are getting mad love. And there was a few from 59 that I ended up watching and stuff. So pretty cool. Like I actually have 2 different copies of The Bat, and I reviewed both of them for Film Masters. Like they had put out one years ago, and then under Film Detective, and then one under Film Masters. And it was like this new special edition kind of thing. And it's fucking pretty cool. But yeah, so what did you guys watch? How many did you guys watch? I said what I watched. I watched 42 films. Tony, what did you end up watching?
52.
I ended up watching 10 more. It's crazy. Yeah, I saw your list, and I was like,
did you say 52?
I couldn't believe some of those
Christ,
Asian
dude.
films that you found, man. I was like, you said you had to watch them on porn sites and shit. And I'm like, generally, I'm not really watching 1959 horror films on porn sites. I'm watching other things on porn sites. So good for you, though, to be able to pay attention to that. That's amazing. I respect that a lot. Me, myself, I'd just be too busy jerking off. But anyways, but yeah, that's impressive. Like I literally could not find some, because I was looking on your list. I'm like, I know, I was looking for that title. I'm like, God damn, Tony, that's really good. That's really good. But 52, that's a good number, man. The guest on the show outdid us all.
Yep.
Yeah, I was hoping to get 50. I mean, there's a lot of random shit on my list that honestly shouldn't be horror, but just because IMDb lists like Santa Claus as a horror movie, of course I fucking put that on my prep list.
Yeah,
but it has a devil in it. And that's about it.
Dude, I watched that movie and I was laughing so hard because it's like this Mexican Santa Claus film. And like the first like 10 minutes of the movie is just like singing and shit. And I'm like, what in the fucking hell am I watching?
That was the only time during this entire prep that I hit a slog where I'm like, I fucking hate this.
Yeah.
It was that movie.
Yeah, that singing was fucking brutal. But like honestly, the movie itself was so fucking bizarre and odd. I couldn't stop watching it. It was like a train wreck, the entire thing. And by the end of it, I was just smiling. I'm like, I don't even know why I'm smiling. I should be trying to knife myself with a butter knife right now. Like, it was pretty bad. But for some odd reason, I kept thinking about it for days after. I'm like, this movie is just, it was all that I was expecting it to be, because I've had it on a wish list forever. And I know VCI put it out. Was it VCI? They put it out years ago and went out of print, but they just dropped a Blu-ray. So I actually had it on my radar to pick up anyways. So did you end up like hating that movie?
No, I mean, it wasn't so bad. It's just honestly the circumstances. It's like, I don't really want to watch a Christmas movie in April.
Dude, I saw
to begin with.
It was one of the last movies I watched because of that reason. I was like, I can't bring myself to watch a Christmas movie because it was like spring. It was getting warm. I remember watching it a couple weeks back and it was like 75 degrees here. I'm like, this doesn't feel right at all. It just felt odd. And the movie was so odd too. And I was having this really weird kind of spring summer experience with Santa Claus. I'm like, this is fucking bizarre. But I'm glad that someone else watched it because you kind of have to see it to believe it. Like, it's one of those movies that's almost hard to explain to somebody. You don't get you would never be able to explain it in the effect that I felt when I was watching it to someone else. You know what I mean? Like, it was just weird. It was fucking weird.
There were a lot of things in that I liked, like the beginning where you're talking about like the singing and the songs.
Yeah.
One thing I liked was they were showing like all the kids from around the world in different countries, but they were all specifically like what the Mexicans view as what their cultures are like.
Yeah.
So some of them were just the most fucking hilarious like stereotypes I've ever seen in my life, but it's all like from a Mexican point of view.
Dude, the Asian one actually made me start howling. Laughed out loud. I was like, dude, that's so stupid.
That the USA look like little Yankee Doodle Dandy, little like, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But of course, like the Mexican kids had like a solo where it was like a minute longer and it was like a much better singing part. It was awesome.
Right. Yeah, that was definitely one of the weirder ones of the year. But Tyler, how many did you end up watching?
I ended up watching 40. I had a few left on the list that some of you guys had watched, but the only ones I had left on the list were stuff that overall you guys had not rated pretty high. So I didn't think they were making anyone's list anyway. And I felt like I was pretty happy with my top 10 anyway, and 40 was my goal. So I just left it at that.
Yeah, that's good. JP, how many did you end up watching? As per usual, we'll get back to him. Yeah, no, I mean, you know, one thing about the 50s that always makes me laugh is like how many movies start with the.
Yeah. I felt like you could basically put most movies into three categories, either mad scientist movies, giant monster movies, or like gothic horror movies.
Yeah, pretty much.
Quirky ghost movies.
Yeah. Ghost movies and shit like
Most
that.
of those were like ended up kind of having a gothic. Yeah, I watched a lot of those at the beginning. I just thought that's what I was going to get with this show. I got a lot of kind of like quirky like teenager movies in my first few watches. Was kind of like,
I didn't get the teenage movies. I didn't get those for a while. Because I feel like I was like 20 watches in and you guys were complaining about all the teens dancing and shit. I'm like, I haven't seen a teen.
Yeah, those were like a lot of my first ones. And like a lot of them started where like everybody would meet at like basically at like the soda fountain at the beginning of the movie or something. And they'd spend time there and then they'd like discover the plot and then like go out to the plot and it would end at a party somewhere.
I honestly really like that shit. Like, I never realized how, like, into, like, 50s teen culture that I could be in, but I thought that shit was, like, fascinating.
It makes me like that movie The Blob a lot more, like the original Blob. I feel like that movie, like, kind of nails it.
You talking about, like, the Ghost of Dragstrip Hollow?
That was one of them, yeah.
Oh, man. Dude, that was one of the movies I did not like.
What was the one where they, like, went to, like, a mansion at the end and there was, like, these goofy effects for, like, these, like, dancing skulls and everyone was like, ah!
Yeah, no, and that and the Headless Ghost, man, I thought were just, they weren't for me, man.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't really into Headless Ghost, but I did like the Ghost of Dragstrip Hollow.
I couldn't believe how many mad scientist movies there were, though. Like, they just, like, kept coming.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing, man. Like Experiment in Evil, which was the French film, one of the foreign ones from 59, I thought was pretty interesting. I felt like it kind of wore its like reveal on its sleeve like the whole film though. Like
it was just like a straight up Jekyll and Hyde remake.
Yeah, it wasn't really like. I guess we've seen so many of these movies that we can just kind of see where it's going, and it goes there. And I wasn't like overly disappointed. I thought it was a pretty decent film, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just, to me, that just felt like a Jekyll and Hyde movie set in 1950 France.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff like tons of mad scientist shit. Like the man who could cheat death. It's another one like that. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. But again, Hammer. Did anybody watch The Stranglers of Bombay?
Yeah, I watched it.
So I'd had that movie in the collection forever because I bought all those.
Isn't that a Terrence Fisher one?
Powerhouse. Yeah. Those Powerhouse those Hammer box sets, and she'd been sitting on the shelf for a long time. I'm like, oh yeah, that one is from 59. That movie actually I thought was photographed like really well. Like it was actually seemed like it was a pretty good. I mean, the overall film I thought was pretty solid, but it was kind of a surprise to me. I was expecting it to be total shit for some reason, but I kind of liked it.
Nice.
It's kind of cool. But yeah, JP, so how many did you end up watching overall?
How many did everybody else go?
Tony was 52, Tyler was 40, and I was 42.
Okay, I'm coming in at the lowest. I hit 37. The ones that I missed actually was the one that you just mentioned, the French one.
Oh yeah, Experiment.
I never got around to that one. But a lot of the on the Letterboxd list from like popular to least popular, like once it started getting down to like shit that seemed like really bad, I just waited to wait for you guys to watch it and see if there was anything worth checking out. Like I think I made it down. I pretty much watched like most of this stuff down to like My Uncle Was a Vampire, like that section there.
That's when I skipped because all you guys had a low.
Yeah,
I didn't have it low.
I wanted to watch My Uncle Was a Vampire because you guys, I'm a massive Christopher Lee fan. So, and I'd always heard that movie was kind of bizarre. I got to say though, man, it literally made me laugh out loud a couple times. Like I thought,
that movie is actually funny.
Was that movie kind of long?
Because a lot of Italian
I feel
comedies,
like it was longer than the.
That's probably why I was like, all right, never mind.
Yeah, it is pretty
97 minutes,
it
which is long for this year.
Yeah, and it's long for that type of comedy though too. But like a lot of Italian comedy doesn't really translate well for me. Like sometimes it's just like total misses. But there was some pretty fucking hard hitting jokes in this that actually made me laugh out loud. I'm like, that's not bad. That's not bad. Pretty good. But it's goofy as shit though, man. Like it's so weird that they did like this whole kind of parody of like Dracula, like right away, like this foreign Italian film. I don't know. It's so bizarre to me that even came out, but Christopher Lee was over there doing a bunch of Euro shit at the time and stuff. So why not do some quirky fucking parody of Dracula called My Uncle Is a Vampire?
I watched like one of the things that I noticed about this year is like some of the black and white movies where there were colorized versions, which was pretty interesting. I watched The Monster of Pierre Blancas in color.
I did too.
You did too?
I can't remember if I watched
that one in color too.
So I just watched my all of Blu-ray. Is there two versions on there, or is there just?
I don't know if the colorized version is on there or not. I just watched it on YouTube.
I swear
I have that Blu-ray too, though.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was on Blu-ray.
Tubi was very helpful for this year as well. There was a lot of stuff on Tubi.
Yeah, there's a lot of 59 films on Tubi. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I started off strong. Like I had like 15 watched like really early, and I slowed down over the last couple weeks. But I did do like 9 this past week, I think, which I think only like 2 made my list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was pretty interesting that there was at least 2 Western horror films from 59. You know,
The Living
going back to like, you know,
and
Curse of the
Undead. Yeah, because like I mean, they're so far in between, and I think that
I had a third one.
Was there a third one too? Yeah.
Yeah, it was where the hell is it? Los Diablos del Terror, which was also directed by Fernando Mendez, who did The Living Coffin and Black Pit of Dr. M.
Yeah, right.
And it also stars Gaston Santos. Like he starred in all 3 of those movies too. Mm-hmm. And that one was pretty cool.
It's crazy to 3 movies in 59.
Right.
It's wild.
And they're all so different from each other. The Los Diablos del Terror, it's more like just like a traditional Western, but it's about like this town that's being ravaged by like a group of satanic like horseback riders who wear like these red like luchador masks and shit. And they like put like this satanic medallion on you when they like mark you for death and shit. It was pretty cool.
Anybody watch any short films?
Negative.
Nope.
Nothing this year.
I see. There was one that looked kind of interesting called The Witch. It was 31 minutes. In a remote cabin, two people live together. The dirty, unkempt Deacon Civilly and his beautiful wife. The Deacon torments his wife with an absurd jealousy. During a snowstorm, a group of lost mail coach drivers stumble upon the cabin. I saw somebody gave it a really high rating, so I was like thinking about it, but I didn't even look to see if I could find it anywhere.
I didn't even look for shorts, but that does look pretty sweet.
Yeah, I thought there was enough full-length films.
It's from the USSR, so.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
Not sure about that one.
It might be difficult to find.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shit. Did anybody watch, well, I know Tony did, but Night of the Ghouls, the Ed Wood film?
I watched it.
I like that movie. Yeah.
It's fun.
I think it's fun, man. I think it's way better than it probably should be because it's Ed Wood. I mean, there is a stigma there, right? People just assume that everything Ed Wood did was like bottom of the barrel shit, but he has some pretty fun stuff. And that one actually is shot better than you would actually think it would be. It's not bad. So JP, you didn't like...
I had a top 35. It's not bad.
I pulled out my old, because I bought the old Ed Wood box set that Image released like fucking 20 years ago. And I popped in the DVD and I was like blown away at how fucking crystal clear that Blu-ray looks or that DVD looks. I was just blew my shitter out, dude. I was like, what the fuck? This is an Ed Wood film.
I watched it on a shitty YouTube transfer.
Yeah, that sucks, dude.
Me
Because
too.
the DVD looks really crystal clean, man. I was like, and I couldn't, it's an old box set. Like it's probably at least 20 years old, I gotta say. It's got like all this
I assume that Plan 9 from Outer Space was once a 59 movie because I looked up other lists of people who made 1959 lists and Plan 9 was on most of them.
So what is it on IMDb? 58?
57.
57. So it obviously had like some type of viewing, I guess, prior. Fuck, man.
Like even on YouTube, somebody uploaded it in 2020 and put 59 as the year.
Well, that kind of sucks. It wasn't actually eligible for 59.
Were you talking about Night of the Ghouls?
No, Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Plan 9. That movie needs a re-release, Blu-ray release.
I'm not an Ed Wood guy, I've determined.
I like both those movies. I don't like his later shit, that like his like exploitation stuff, and I think that shit was pretty bad, but not to say that Night of the Ghouls and Plan 9 were actually good films, but I think they're
just very messy. Like but the thing about, I respect Ed Wood because like he wasn't out there trying to be Ed Wood. Like he was trying to be great.
He was trying to make legit,
Ed Wood.
He thought he was making legit great movies.
He tried to make legit great movies with what he had. So I respect that. Where like nowadays people be like, I'm trying to be the next Ed Wood. It's like Ed Wood didn't try to be.
Yeah,
Ed
if you're striving to be,
you can't
Ed
try to
Wood,
be the next one.
Don't even talk to me.
Stupid.
Yeah, don't even talk to me if you're trying to be Ed Wood. That's bullshit.
That's just an excuse to not ever have to take accountability for like making shitty movies.
No, it's just exactly. It's just basically announcing to the population that you're a shitty filmmaker.
Movie, you're like, I did it on purpose.
No, you have no talent. You're a shitty filmmaker. I'm like, so I'm just gonna dub myself as the next Ed Wood because I really actually suck at making movies.
I could make great movies, but I want to make bad movies because I want to be like Ed Wood. Like, shut up,
dude. Yeah. One of the worst like. The funny thing about 59 is like there's some really cool effects and some really bad ones.
Yeah.
Like what I had never seen Attack of the Giant Leeches before. And when I finally watched it, I was like, this is just trash bags.
That's literally all it is.
I was like, these are just trash bags with faces drawn on them.
I know. I find it so I find it so bad. It's so fun to me. I've always liked that movie.
The monster in Pierre Blancas looks really ridiculous too. But one thing about that movie that I was really shocked about, because it's fresh in my mind because I watched it last night. he actually carries a severed head in one scene, and I was like, "Holy shit! Like that's pretty fucking gnarly."
Yeah, they were basically ripping off Creature,
right?
But kind of made it they kind of amped it up a little bit in that. I know that actually shocked me too. Like watching that film, I was like, "Damn, man, he's got a fucking."
I actually really like that movie.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like that's the thing about 59 that's pretty cool.
What did you rate that movie? What did you rate that movie?
When I seen it back when I got that olive Blu-ray, I rated it 5 out of 10, but now I would be higher.
Yeah. I give it like a 7.5. It's solid. It's a solid film, man.
I don't know if I'd be that high, but I definitely liked it more this time. It was and that's what I like about 1959 in general is like there's a lot of drive-in-esque like double feature style like monster movies that are just cheap like Roger Corman-y type like filmmaking. But I love that stuff. It's really fun to me.
Yeah, one of the films that was kind of a big surprise for me this year was 4D Man. I'd picked up that Kino Blu-ray a long time ago, never watched it. And I was like, oh, sweet, man, it's 59. And I really liked that movie. I thought it was actually pretty cool. Pretty well done.
I like it too. I like it too.
Yeah, it's kind of a big surprise for me that year. And
did you guys watch Godzilla 2?
No.
Yeah. Holy shit, was that bad?
Yeah,
I did not even realize that that's what that was. And
was
I was
that
watching it, I was like, I've seen this before.
I knew.
I didn't watch that. That was one I was like,
Godzilla?
I guess I can skip this one.
Yeah, I knew what it was. And then Parker told me, he's like, yeah, man, it's basically just like Godzilla, like with foot, like he kind of explained it away. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I'm like, yeah, I'll pass on that shit. I don't need to watch that. So
it's basically Godzilla 2 re-edited, right?
Yeah. So they do one thing that I hate in movies, and that is like you speed up footage and it's so purposely sped up, like in car chases and shit, like in old movies.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that in 1959, actually, just like the ultra like fast cars. But they took all the old Godzilla like running through the cities. You know how slow he is and everything in the old movies. They sped all that footage up for this Gigantus movie, and it just looks so stupid and bad.
That's horrible.
Yeah, originally I guess they were gonna reshoot scenes. They sent it like even Japan sent over like the Godzilla suit and stuff, and they were gonna like make a new movie but with footage existing from the other movie. But I guess they pulled the plug on it, so they just re-edited the movie into a new movie.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah, pretty wild. Because I was like, dude, this is fucking Godzilla Raids again.
Yeah.
What's going on? When I seen Godzilla, I was like, what? This isn't Gigantus the fire monster. This is fucking Godzilla the Godzilla monster.
Yeah. Yep.
What else? Other themes, obviously the threat from above. That's a big theme in here, right? Like the
aliens,
fucking invisible invaders, shit like that, you know.
I love invisible invaders, man. That movie I reviewed years ago for 31 Days, and like I fell in love with it, man. I've seen it actually a few times. Good film.
Yeah. We also had some William Castle stuff in there that was you know, sort of his different style of filmmaking. We of course the Mad Scientist was a really big one. Everything from like Dr. M, Return of the Fly, some rip-offs in there. We had a serial killer movie with Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of like, you know, kind of I wouldn't say remakes, but influenced movies that were, you know, influenced from like bigger films. Like, I mean, there's like a Blob one. You know, there's
which one's the Blob one?
Kaltiki.
Oh yeah, that's like Creature from the Black Lagoon, Blob mixed together.
Yeah, Creature from Black. I mean, you got the Blancas film, you know, Creature. Like, there's so many films that came out in '59 that were influenced.
Film.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of them actually. The Giant Behemoth. It's another one that's definitely influenced. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think there was only How many sequels came out in this year? Like there was the Fly
The
sequel.
Fly.
The Fly.
Is that it?
That's it.
Yeah, I think that's like the only sequel that came out the whole year. It's pretty wild. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. And there's 2 movies with the same fucking name. They came out in the
Ghost
same
of
year.
Yatsuya.
That was actually very common in like Japan to do that shit because they would just make a new movie based on some old legend or something and just call it the same shit.
Yeah.
So is it based off a play or is it based off a book or what's the origin of?
I think it's a novel.
Is it a novel? Because I swear, because maybe they did it. Maybe there was a play for the Ghost of Yatsuya.
I only watched the one.
Yeah,
I only watched
the one that was on the Criterion channel.
So what's his name? Nobuo Nakagawa.
It's funny because the one that Radiance put out, I thought was the lesser of the 2. It's kind of funny, but
wait, really? So I watched the bad one.
No, you watched the good one.
I'm not sure which one's on the Criterion channel.
Yeah, the other one. The Nobuo Nakagawa.
I mean, other things that are notable too, like
no, it's based on a play.
It's based on a play. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, all the big time classic actors are obviously pretty represented in 1959. You got Vincent Price did what? 4. He was in at least 4 films in 1959.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very
Christopher
notable.
Lee was in like 100 movies this year.
Yeah, he's in a few. You got who else was in a bunch of films? I mean, there's a bunch of. Yeah, Christopher Lee did a bunch of it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, he was around a lot. A lot of the Vincent Price movies all came at towards like the end of my prep, and I was like, I miss this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So the play is based on real life murders as well.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that actually.
I
think Peter Cushing is in a few movies too. He's also
Hounds of Baskerville.
Yeah, I mean Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing work together quite often with the Hammer films, so they were always in together. It's kind of a shame that like we never really got Vincent Price, like those 3 together until like way later. Like, what was the first movie that they did together? Was that one? I'm probably tripping, but I'm thinking the one that they did in 1980, like the Monsters Club or whatever. No, is it the Monsters Club?
Yeah, the Monster Club.
Yeah, is that the first movie that they were all in it together?
Maybe
because Vincent Price, obviously Vincent Price wasn't doing Hammer films, and those guys were obviously doing tons of Hammer films in the 50s and 60s.
And the other guys weren't doing Corman films.
I mean, it makes more sense. Lee and Cushing were British. You got Vincent Price over in America, but just the fact that they were so big into the genre, you think they would have got something together before? Because the Monsters Club was basically kind of like a love letter to like horror and classic actors and stuff, and that's why they kind of got everyone together.
Wasn't that like the last Amicus movie?
I think it's considered to be, but it was like, and it was way after because Amicus was already done for years, but maybe they produced another film in 1980 because I can't remember how that works. I've looked into it before, but you might be right. I think it might actually be considered to be like the last Amicus film, but I like that movie, man. It's kind of like, it's so different. It's such a different type of film. It almost kind of plays out like I mean, there's a bunch of singing in it and like stories.
I like the party scenes.
It's weird. It's a weird film. Like, it's different, but at least he got all of them on screen at the same time and shit like that.
Terrence Fisher directed fucking 4 movies this year.
Yep.
Fish.
Terrence Fisher is actually one of my favorites, man.
Pretty
if you look
crazy.
at my Letterboxd, I've watched a ton of his movies. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a worker.
I mean, to be honest, the 4 films that he did in 1959 are all good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he didn't really miss with any of the films. And they're all quite different, too. It's interesting. Very interesting. Fuck, his filmography is crazy, man. So many good movies.
We might be talking about him again, depending on what fucking year we get, because he directed a bunch of movies in the 60s as well.
Especially if you get early 60s.
Yeah, I know he did the Gorgon. Yeah, was that 60? Is 64?
He did 2 in 67. 2 and 66.
Yeah, it's like he did the Devil
3
Ride
and
Out.
64.
Did that movie make either one of our lists? The Devil Rides Out in 68?
I don't think. Yeah, it made mine, I think.
It had to have.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man. I mean, he did Prince of Darkness. He did Frankenstein Created Woman in 67. Island of Terror. Like, fuck, man, the Gorgon. I love the Gorgon. It's great.
I like the Gorgon as well.
And he did another adaptation of the Phantom of the Opera, which I can't even remember that movie. His version of it.
The 62 version, I don't either.
Yeah.
Honestly.
The Curse of the Werewolf, I like that movie too, from 61. It's another good one. The Two Faces of Dr. Jekyll. I've seen, I can't remember. It's in one of those box sets, those Hammer box sets or whatever. Can't remember it though. Yeah. So, but I mean, again, when it comes to the 60s and Hammer, we know that Carly's definitely going to be on one of these shows. Shit. Yeah. What was your guys' shit bomb for the year?
My bottom rated film was.
I avoided most of the shit bombs, honestly.
But if you watch 37, man, you had to watch a couple.
My lowest rated movie is Teenage Zombies.
I would probably say Night of the Ghouls, The Manster, and Teenagers from Outer Space were the ones that I didn't really care for.
The Manster's so much fun, man.
The Manster's 4 from the bottom.
I thought The Manster was great too.
Yeah, dude, I hadn't watched it in years, and I was like, dude, this movie's so goofy. It's fun. Mine was the Great Ship Hollow. 4 out of 10 on that one.
One of the movies that I saw that I rated low, I actually really liked it, and that's Terror in the Midnight Sun.
Yeah, it's one of my shit.
Like, that one was cool. I like that one.
I gave it 5.5
too. I gave it a low score, but I really actually liked it a lot.
It made my top 50.
It's my top 50.
Not quite my top 52.
I mean, it didn't make my top 10, but it wasn't that far off. Honestly.
I think I came up on it though. Like I watched it years ago, and I really hated it. But
I had it at 15 actually, so I was actually kind of high on it.
Oh, Tyler said this actually ended up being pretty damn solid.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's.
I know there's different versions of that movie, though. Did you watch like the American version, the Invasion of the Animal People, or did you watch the original Terror in the Midnight Sun?
I watched the original one. I watched what was on YouTube.
It's funny, man, because the DVD actually has both versions on it. It actually has both versions. It's crazy.
Yeah, I liked.
It's a Something Weird release.
They use miniatures in this movie, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's miniatures in every movie.
I think. Yeah. Well, the snowman, they made like the abominable snowman like seem huge, so they use miniatures. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I like abominable snowmans as well. You don't see them that often.
But you don't see the snowman that often in that film either.
Yeah, that was the only thing worth watching in the movie.
Yeah,
it was like 30 seconds worth.
Yeah, like that's the problem with that movie is that like there's such a buildup to it, you barely even fucking see it. It's like, what the fuck?
What do I have to say about this movie?
Yeah, I have 7 films from 5.5 down to 4 to 10 is the lowest rated.
Oh yeah, it had like a lot of like big like snowy mountain like landscape shots. I like that too.
Yeah, me too.
Because it's a Swedish film, right?
It's something non-American.
Yeah. I think it's Swedish. If I'm not mistaken. But that was like the second lowest rated film for me. Terror in the Midnight Sun and Ghost of Dragship Hollow were both 4 out of 10s for me. So, yeah,
The Headless Ghost is a movie called Two Ghosts and a Girl. It was like a Mexican.
Is that Mexican horror comedy porn site?
Two Ghosts and a Girl.
That was on YouTube. I gave that one a 3 out of 10.
Was it like the original Two Girls in One Cup?
I wish.
Oh my god.
Yeah, The Headless Ghost was like 5 out of 10 for me. The Giant Gila Monster, 5 out of 10. Teenage Zombies, 5.5. And
Giant Gila Monster.
Yeah, that was third from the bottom for me.
Yeah, that movie's.
It's okay.
It's not like the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's not great. The other one on the double feature is way better, man. So,
Which one's
Killer
that?
Shrews. The Killer Shrews.
Killer Shrews was two from the bottom. Was second from the bottom.
I don't
Dude,
mind
you
that movie.
fucking a loser.
I don't mind.
I
that movie.
think they're both just okay.
Yeah, I see you guys are way higher on Killer Shrews than me.
I love Killer Shrews.
Yeah, it's fun.
And you've got Terror in the Midnight Sun in your top 15. Crazy.
Yeah. It's the atmosphere, man. Give me
Yeah,
some
I'm with
landscape
you.
shots.
Dude, it's so
Can't
boring.
respect all those wonderful dog actors that have the costumes on.
It's so
I
fucking
can.
boring. It's so boring to me, man. Ugh. I tried twice. That's it. Never again.
I'm about to get the Something Weird DVD or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was the beauty of Something Weird back in the day. They would put out so much obscure, random shit, and a lot of times they would have a bonus movie on there too. They're good stuff, cheap. But, you guys have anything else?
I don't think so.
I mean, 59. It's not the biggest year. It's not a whole lot to talk about, but you know. But I guess with that said, you guys want to get into these lists or what?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. All right, so that's going to conclude the intro. We'll be back here with our top 10 Roundtree momentarily. Actually, I guess we'll announce what the order is going to be before we get into this. So, predetermined order before the show started, and we have JP, Tyler, me, then Tony. That is the order. See you guys in a minute. Yeah. Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. Now tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the top 10 Roundtree of 1959. JP, start us off.
Yeah, so my number 10 is one of the first films I watched for 1959 because I've actually never seen it before, even though I've seen it shown on TV and like Mystery Science Theater type shit. I'm pretty sure Elvira showed it once. Which is the case for a lot of these movies, honestly. These are the movies that would run on like Saturday afternoons, like when I was a kid on like old school TV channels.
Public access.
Yeah, like that type of shit. Yeah.
Just like never been used.
What the fuck is that noise?
Tyler's wife.
Tyler's been like toggling his mute button.
Oh, I'm done now. Someone's talking to me.
Yeah, we had Sven Gulli and stuff like that, you know, horror hosts back in the day, right? And the movie is from 1959.
Really?
Brandon. Okay, Brandon.
And it is directed by a guy who really didn't direct a whole lot. He did one other movie the same year. And then he did two other movies, one in 60 and one in 68. I'm just seeing how long I can drag this out. The movie is The Killer Shrews, which I told you guys I loved. So The Killer Shrews, I watched it, loved it. And I just kept getting madder and madder that it kept falling down my list as I watched more things, because I was like, I have to have Killer Shrews on my list because I had such a fun time with it. It was released, it was produced back to back with the Giant Gila Monster, and it was released in a pretty awesome drive-in double bill. Like if you look at the poster. And anyway, sorry about that, guys.
I seriously thought you were going to reach for the poster and try showing it to people. I'm like, who are you showing it to?
No, there's a really badass poster on the Wikipedia page for this movie. What makes the movie look way better than And it is. They're both movies. It's like, supersonic hell creatures no weapons can destroy. Ravaging beasts feed on human flesh. The biggest terror ever unleashed on the screen. Bring extra blood with you in case of extreme fright. You'll probably need it.
Bring extra blood with you. I never leave home without a... Yeah, I got a pint with me at all times just in case.
Yeah. But yeah, just that whole vibe of like that era was so sweet to me. So yeah, it was released on a double feature, and I like that the Film Detective or whoever released that title like kept them together because those movies have always been paired together.
Yeah,
I think The Killer Shrews is a much better movie than The Giant Gila Monster. The Killer Shrews at the end of the day is a siege film. It's a bunch of people out on an island, and there is basically some experiments that were going on to basically the idea was to mess with metabolism to shrink humans half their size to reduce the impact of overpopulation. Of course, the shrews, which I don't even know what the fuck a shrew is. It's like a little mouse thing.
Yeah.
I just love the whole let's shrink humans to solve world starvation problems.
It would be really interesting if humans were shrunk. Like how would let's say we were really small, we probably wouldn't have ever made it as far as we have, right?
No,
I think we're the ideal.
There's a lot of creatures
size.
that we would become the meals of the day, man.
Yeah, I feel like we're the ideal size for being able to become superior on the food chain. But I think they mainly used shitty costumes that they put on dogs for the shrews, right?
I think so.
They don't really look like shrews. If you actually look up a picture of a shrew,
which they later used for Deadly Eyes when they did the Killer Rat film, they just put fucking costumes.
Oh, there's a colorized version of this, dude. I should have watched that.
I don't like watching
I don't
the
know
colorized.
if I even know what a shrew looks like.
I think it's like a mole.
It is. It's like a little. It's like a combination of a mouse and a mole. It's like in between there. It's very similar.
Yeah.
But I know what a killer shrew looks like.
It's a siege movie, and I think it's pretty cool, dude. It's kind of cheesy and bad at times, but I just have a blast with it. This was such a big surprise for me. Out of a lot of the ones like the Gila Monster and Giant Leeches and stuff, I thought Killer Shrews was dope as fuck. So,
well, I gotta say, man, I'm already shocked because I didn't see the Killer Shrews making anyone's top 10 list, but here we are.
I had to have it. It was my favorite watch of everything.
Did you just?
I like that you're mad that it wasn't your top 5.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on that, actually, to be honest.
Well, I just don't think it's that good. There's much better movies that I probably feel stronger about in terms of how good it was to me.
But the way you're talking about this movie, it should be your number one.
The Killer Shrews is a rewatchable movie that I'll probably watch all the time now because I thought it was so fun. It gets a lot of hate from what I can tell, but I think it's cool as shit. So I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, it's a stupid mystery science theater bullshit, man. I hate that shit. They've kind of ruined it for a lot of people trying to be funny with these movies, and it's just watch the goddamn movie, make your own opinion.
I don't remember what movie it was, but they have the Mystery Science Theater edit on YouTube, so I was like, oh, you know what? Well, I'll watch this. That'll be fun.
A lot of these movies, actually.
Yeah, I got 5 minutes in, and I was like, this is too distracting. I'm just gonna watch the movie, and I just got the regular version.
A lot of these films are in the public domain now, including The Killer Shrews. But one thing that I kind of realized while prepping for this show is I really don't really like Mystery Science Theater 3000, which I've already knew, but this is going to piss a lot of people off, or
I don't either.
A lot of people.
Yeah,
I really don't care for Elvira either. Is that crazy to say?
What do you mean?
Really
as a host?
Honestly.
Yeah, because she did House on Haunted Hill for her 40th anniversary special a few years ago on Shudder. So I watched that version. And I'm honestly, I respect Elvira, and I think she's important for horror history, but she really.
So you don't like her? You don't like her as a host?
I mean, she's a fine host for what she's doing, But
you do not like how she doesn't come with like facts and it's just more like jokes and
it's
banter.
like cheesy, goofy stuff. Yeah, it's like
I mean, she's there. She's there.
She's
there as a fucking as a visual.
Well, yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it's nothing more, nothing less. It's not like listening to Joe Bob. Where it's like where you're getting an entire
Joe Bob
commentary.
Really changed
you're getting
the game
facts.
on horror hosts.
Yeah, like the horror.
Really
like, I mean,
did.
She's old school, man. She's old school. She was there for pretty much eye candy. But I mean, I respect what Elvira is. But I see where you're coming from completely. I know for sure people are going to misconstrue this and be like, JP's a fucking retard.
I love Elvira as like a horror icon.
Me too.
I don't think I really enjoy watching her host movies.
I honestly, dude, like I'm not really a big, like, it's weird that you would, to me, I wouldn't just watch like the 40th anniversary version of like House on Haunted Hill with Elvira. Like I would pop in my Blu-ray and just watch it generally. That's just who I am. I would personally, like, I would watch that version if I was at a drive-in or like a theater on a special fucking occasion or whatever, because that would be kind of fun. But like at my house, if I'm popping in House on Haunted Hill, I'm just going to watch the general thing. I don't need the introduction. I don't need the commentary. I don't need all that
stuff
shit.
Is like very nostalgic for me, like horror hosts in general. So like the whole
Svengali thing, we never got. I swear I never saw. I've seen clips, but I never grew up with that or even seen that because I don't.
Did you not have a horror host?
I don't think it aired in Canada. The Svengali stuff.
Well, I mean, there's literally like 50 horror hosts from.
Oh no, there's tons. There's tons. Like I mean, I have a ton of that shit like in the collection and stuff, but like I don't remember seeing a lot of it actually back in the day.
We had Chili Billy was our Pittsburgh one.
Oh yeah, so that was like Access TV shit, like local stuff.
Yeah. Svengoolie was like Ohio area, I think, but we would get it sometimes.
Yeah, I've just seen clips and like I didn't know how it was obviously regional. I didn't know how like internationally it was and stuff like that. But
no, he was Chicago area. So.
As like host and like obviously everybody knew Elvira because she was international, right? So I
mean, I love the horror host idea. But Joe Bob is just like totally like killed it so well that like he's just the best. Yeah, there's literally like if you go on Wikipedia, there's literally like 50 different horror hosts.
Of course, yeah.
From all the way back with like Vampira, who was in Plan 9 from Outer Space, as well as Elvira is said to have ripped her off. Coffin Joe was actually a horror host character. Mona Lisa. There's like so many here.
The big one where I'm from was Dr. Creep.
You had Dr. Creep?
Mm-hmm. And A. Ghastly Ghoul too which is his son. He goes to Cinema Wasteland every year.
Yeah, I see that guy's Cinema Wasteland.
Dr. Creep. It's so simple, but it's so effective. It's awesome.
Yeah. Gilbert Gottfried was a horror host at one point.
Wow.
Yeah, he hosted Monster Vision before Joe Bob.
Interesting.
Couple times. Yeah, same like Penn and Teller.
See, Monster Vision was one of those things where like we knew about, but like we didn't get it here. Unless you were in certain areas. At least in my area, it was not being aired. Maybe in the bigger cities, I don't know. I have no idea. But
yeah, for me, it was like literally probably like the top 5 most important things in becoming a horror fan was Monster Vision.
I grew up with horror hosts like fucking the Crypt Keeper. It was like Tales from the Crypt and shit.
Yeah, I had the Crypt Keeper.
Like, I mean, to be honest, it was like I didn't get a lot of the shit that you guys.
I'm surprised you guys didn't have a regional one because like they were everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just an American thing.
Most of these were before my time. Like this 80s,
of course,
70s, 60s. That's where they really they were kind of dying off.
I have a couple. I know. I'm trying to think of one dude's name. Fuck, he's old school, man. It's like the 50s and 60s too. It's some dude's name. It's like Dr. something.
Chili Billy is the news reporter in Night of the Living Dead, by the way. He was our host.
Oh, crazy.
His daughter is the lead in Day of the Dead.
What?
Laurie Cardell? Yeah.
That's his daughter?
Really? I did not know that.
That's Chili Billy's daughter, yeah.
Oh, crazy.
Goddamn. Good old Chili Billy.
Wow. That's cool.
Yep. But yeah, the Killer Shrews love it. I'm ashamed that none of you guys are probably going to have it on your list.
That's probably a unique one. I'm not going to lie.
Haters.
It's a fun movie.
Haters? What the fuck? I just said I like the Killer Shrews.
Didn't like it too much, apparently.
It made my top 31.
I'm telling you, man, my top 20. I mean, my top.
I mean,
50,
my top 39.
Dude, you guys are.
I could have had. My list could have been very different.
Okay.
Top 15 was it was tough. So, all right. So number 10. Who's up next?
I'm up next.
Tyler. Yeah.
All right. My number 10, I think it's probably going to be unique to my list as well. It comes from director John Frankenheimer, and it is Star Time, The Turn of the Screw. Of course, this is an adaptation of The Turn of the Screw. There's been a million adaptations of this. Most of them are not very good, but I'm a fan of the actual story, and The Innocents is, to me, is like a top 50 like horror movie of all time. So I love the adaptation of this. And this film is basically just like a TV special of it. There's even like the goofy like car commercials like in the middle of the transfer I watched. It was on the show. I guess Star, TV. From what I can tell, I didn't really research it. Star Time is a show, and they basically like had a star that like did a TV movie for an hour, and this is what that one is. Because this stars Ingrid Bergman, who was a pretty big star in the 40s and still had a career into the 70s. And she's great in this. This film is basically as advertised. I just think it's a TV movie version of Turn of the Screw. John Frankenheimer went on to be a great director and have a really great career. He's actually one of my favorites as well. So it was cool to see a little TV gig that he did in 59. And what I really like about this movie is this has some of, I think, the best like conventional like horror scenes of the year. There's some really good like ghostly like shots of like the thunderstorm going on in the back room and the windy room, just like those classic like shadowy like bright eye like demonic like ghostly images. It's the best of those in the year in my opinion, and it just with the story cut down as soon as it is. I mean, as slow as it's like 82 minutes with those commercials. The runtime's pretty quick and it gets right to it, so it's always moving. And just having Ingrid Bergman in this movie. She does a really great job playing on the governor's character, and the kid's acting is pretty fine in this. So it's really just getting to focus on these this small amount of talent, doing a good job with the horror effects and combining it with the story that I already really like. I really enjoyed this one. When I was kind of rounding out the last few picks from the list, something I kind of zeroed in. I was like, what would I rather watch? Like, throughout, what would I rather watch again? Like, what would be something that would I buy if it came out on Blu-ray? Because the transfer on this is very bad. It's the best that I could find. I think it would look really good if we could get a good transfer. That's the worst thing holding against it, but I just really like this little ghost story. I thought this was a decent adaptation. If I would have saw this on TV in whatever context, I think I would have been happy with it. Yeah, and it's a cool little classic ghost story done well. And there's not that many of these in the year, but this one's just the standout as far as those type of stories go. So yeah, that's The Turn of the Screw from John Frankenheimer. I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Of the Screw.
This was pretty interesting. The reason you're seeing car commercials in there is because it was produced. The TV show was basically produced by the Ford Motor Company. So it was called
it says Ford, that on the poster. Ford
Star Time. Yeah.
So it's probably just part of the broadcast.
Yeah. So
I saw the same one you did, Tyler.
Yeah. So it was also. It was also called Lincoln Mercury Star Time in some territories. But it was on NBC from 1959 to 1960. It was an anthology show, basically, where they were little mini drama comedy movies. And for October, they did The Turn of the Screw. But also, it famously, Alfred Hitchcock directed an episode in 1960.
Dude, I didn't even consider this to be a movie. I thought it was like a fucking TV show fucking episode kind of thing. What the fuck?
It technically is.
You're fucking cheating like a motherfucker, man.
But it's
now we're
60 minutes. It's 60 minutes so
long.
I didn't realize this was actually a movie. I saw
length.
it. I'm like, you're talking about, I'm like, wasn't this a fucking TV thing? I was like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, it's 82 minutes. It's feature length.
Yeah, so it was
But it was
basically a weekly movie.
Yeah, they must have put it
Crazy.
into like an hour and a half TV block, I guess.
I thought it was like a
They were,
TV
like,
episode that was just elongated. That's how I took when I was looking this thing up, because I was like TV and it said episode and I was like, doesn't say fucking movie.
Yeah, it's like the Wonderful World of Disney. Like those are all listed as episodes too, and they're all just TV movies.
Right. Fuck me, man. I never even watched this. So because I thought it was
might
just
be
like a
something
TV
that
episode.
just hit the right sensibilities for me. Because it does, like the things that it does well are things I like in a movie, and I just already like this script, and I already like John Frankenheimer. So
Fucking Tyler.
I'm
Always
leaning
bringing
into
this shit.
movie already watching it.
There was a Canadian version of this show as well. That aired Tuesdays 9 to 11 on CBC, wherever that is.
CBC.
The CBC, Canadian Broadcast Center, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Corporation. Canadian
Yeah,
Broadcast Corporation.
I mean, it's still a big network here in Canada. But yeah, it's,
but if we get 1960, maybe we could watch the Hitchcock one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty cool pick, Tyler. I actually did not watch that. I didn't really know what it was until
I thought it was a TV episode. So I didn't even bother with it.
I just saw the poster and was like, this looks
someone
horrible.
notable didn't direct it, I probably would have never watched it.
Good pick. Good pick.
Well, that's fucking stupid. Totally thought it was like a TV episode. I was like, what the hell?
Moodz already missed one.
Well, so did you. So, Tony, did you
I
watch
always
it?
miss one.
Yeah, I watched it.
Fuck's sakes.
I pretty much have the same attitude about it as Tyler did. Like, it's just a really solid adaptation of the story.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is that
Tyler?
it's...
What's that?
Sorry, Tony.
You gave it a 6.5. Like, I'm probably around a 6 on it too. The only problem is that the Innocence comes out like literally a few years later, so it kind of renders this version obsolete.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, so coming in number 10 for myself is I can see this movie being a little bit higher on people's, if it's on people's list or whatever. And that is, of course, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's adaptation of, well, based on his novel, I should say, The Hound of the Baskervilles, directed by Terence Fisher, who definitely had a really crazy 1959 year, which we were just kind of talking about. So, of course, this one is starring Peter Cushing as Sherlock Holmes. You got Andre Morel, who plays Dr. Watson. You got Francis D. Wolfe, who plays Dr. Mortar. I think he was also in The Man Who Could Cheat Death. I think he was in that movie in 1959 also. You got Christopher Lee in this movie, who plays Sir Henry. You guys fans of this movie? Yeah? No?
Yeah,
this was pretty good.
I really like this movie.
No, I don't like
the
it.
colors in this are like great.
So the 19
I love the production design.
Yeah, so this is like a Hammer film. 1959. I want to say what version, like I know there's a 39 version of this film. Was that the 39 the original adaptation of the story, or was there one before that too? Does anybody know? Because this is definitely...
Yeah, I don't know, but I feel like I'd be really surprised if there was one before 39, honestly.
Yeah, 39 is pretty early. So yeah, so this is kind of like just a readaptation. So there was one in 39, which I've actually never seen before. So this is the only one I've actually ever really seen. There's got to be versions of this after 59, right? There has to be.
There has to be.
It's
the only one I've seen too.
I'm pretty sure. Isn't there one that Kino released? Or did they release it?
They put out Murder by Decree, the Bob Clark one.
Yeah, so there's that one. But actually under the title, The Hound of the Baskervilles, I'm not sure. There's got to be, man. I mean, it's one of those stories that just seems like would have like a million adaptations for the screen. But But yeah, no. So this movie's interesting because it's actually 1959 and it's in color, and the colorized version of this movie really pops, man. Like Hammer really kind of, no pun intended, but they hammered down on this one, man. Like it fucking looks good. Casted this well, a lot of classic, really great actors and stuff. The thing that really sells this movie for me is Peter Cushing in this film as, Sherlock Holmes, which, is not his first hurrah as playing like Sherlock Holmes, but man, does he ever fucking sell the character? Like he's the most interesting thing in the movie to me. I'm the biggest Christopher Lee fan probably in here. I love Christopher Lee. He's one of my all-time favorite actors. But Christopher Lee, it's like a leading role, but he's not really the lead in the film, if you know what I mean. So basically the story is like his uncle dies under kind of mysterious circumstances and stuff, and he shows up at this estate to kind of claim it and stuff like that. And so you got, of course, Watson and Holmes. They come in there to investigate exactly what's going on and shit like that, because there's this like, there possibly could be this curse of the Baskervilles, like where the lineage is being picked off by maybe the supernatural element, maybe this huge hound that roams in the moors and stuff like that. We don't really know. But anyways, Christopher Lee's character is like really interesting in this film because like it's kind of like a subdued performance in a sense, because like he's the lead, but he's not the lead. You know what I mean? This movie is all about Peter Cushing. He's fucking phenomenal. Every single line that he spits in this film, he sells it with so much, just so much potency, man. Absolutely love this movie, but it's shot so well by Terrence Fisher, man. This is like one of the best shot films of 1959, in my opinion. But there's a ton. There honestly is a lot of really, really well shot films in 1959, but this one really, really fucking sticks out to me because it's one of the few films I actually watched in color. And I think the color looks really good. There's some really great green hues in this film, like towards the end and like the third act and shit like that. Like the colors really, really pop and stuff. Arrow did a really nice release of this. Does this have a stateside release?
I think
I'm not sure. I don't have a copy of it.
For some reason, I thought Kino released one of these, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
it might be the older one. Honestly, that seems like a Kino title.
Yeah, it totally does. I'm not sure if this has a stateside Blu-ray release, to be honest. But yeah, Arrow put this out years ago. It's a Region B Blu-ray, but it's phenomenal. It really, really does pop. And like I said, I mean, there's not a lot of colored, like actual color films. Like there's colorized versions of 1959 films, but there's not a lot of films that were actually shot in color. But this one particularly really kind of sticks out. But I think it's really good. I think the storytelling when you first watch this film is a little bit confusing because you kind of get this like backstory, and then you get like, you don't really get to see like the uncle's death kind of thing. It's like different, but what really kind of works for me in this film is the mystery. It's the type of movie that you really don't know exactly where it's going to go. And it's all about the mystery. It's all about the investigation by Sherlock, by Holmes and Watson and Holmes and stuff like that. But I love the whole journey throughout this film, like the way they kind of piece things together, like the way they kind of work it out and stuff. There's so many characters that are incorporated into this film, and they kind of relate everything. And I think the writing and along with the pacing in this film is actually quite good because everything's intriguing. The story is so unique and then where it goes and the reveal and stuff. I mean, if you're not familiar with the actual story of the Hound of the Baskervilles, I mean, I'm not going to try and ruin it because there's probably some people out there that don't really know the story. And what the reveal is and stuff. But I still think it's a little bit goofy, but it also makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense, right? So I think it's a fantastic film. It's just really, really well acted. I just wish Christopher Lee's character was more pronounced in the film. That's always been my one big complaint with this movie. I get it. It's not dubbed as a Sherlock Holmes film, but it is a Sherlock Holmes film. It's all about the investigative part, the mystery of what's really going on. And it's like a Scooby-Doo. It's like Scooby-Doo before Scooby-Doo. It's like, ha. And there's literally the Scooby-Doo moment in the film too. It's like, wow, so really, really good stuff, man. I've always been a really big fan of this movie. Peter Cushing is just, like I said, he's godly in this. He's so good. So good. Like, this is honestly one of my favorite performances from Peter Cushing. And dude, I've seen tons of his movies. I just feel like
he was He was born to play Sherlock Holmes, honestly. Like, that's how good he was in this movie.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, it's sad that it didn't, like, take off. This being the only Hammer Sherlock Holmes movie, it kind of bums me out.
Yeah. Because he did other Sherlock Holmes stuff, but it wasn't Hammer, though.
Yeah, it was like he did a couple TV things. Like, he did a TV episode. He did a TV movie. Like, I saw that he actually played Arthur Conan Doyle in another TV movie. But yeah, like, this was like his big like Sherlock Holmes movie, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame actually, man, because like I said, I mean, it's a great story, it's a great mystery. It's photographed beautifully. The cinematography in this movie is fantastic. I think the acting all around is really good. All the side characters, and I mean, like, and there's a lot of characters in this film too that kind of come in and out of the narrative and stuff, and it kind of adds to the mystery. But everyone's really good. I think it's really good, and when you get these reveals at the end, you're like, oh god damn. It's kind of fun, and it is what it is. But yeah, it's a beautiful film. It sounds good. It looks good. I mean, it's just overall fantastic. It's really, really good. So that's my number 10. 8 out of 10 on that one. I mean, what can I say about it, man? It's Hound of Baskervilles.
With 8s. Nice.
Yeah. Really good stuff. Tony, you're number 10.
All right, my number 10 is surprisingly a first-time watch for me. This is a pretty popular movie that I'm sure is going to be on somebody else's list. It's William Castle's The Tingler, starring Vincent Price. I thought this movie was honestly really fucking sweet. And Vincent Price himself, like playing the pathologist who discovers the weird little Tingler creature, I thought was really cool. And one thing I love about like mad scientists in horror, especially this era, is that literally none of them have any ethics and none of them are afraid to like step over the line, like in the name of science and like self-preservation.
I think that's true to life.
But
honestly, you're right.
In his case, like I think him stepping over the line in the Tingler at first is like, it's more on himself though. Like, he's willing to take fucking acid to figure this shit out. Like, he's not doing it to someone else. He's doing it to himself, which is kind of an interesting premise in the mad scientist kind of thing, right? Because it's usually doing tests on something else, right? You're going out of your way to like, utilize someone else and exploit something else. But he uses himself at first. And I'm like, damn, dude, that's kind of fucked up, man.
that fucking Vincent Price acid trip scene is like probably one of my favorite scenes of anything I've seen this year. Because that shit was just so fucking hilarious. Watching him just freak out by himself in this room. But he's kind of ruthless in this movie. Like, him and his little like sidekick guy, they start doing these tests on his deaf mute wife because he finds out that the Tingler is this little it's this creature that lives in all of us, and it only grows like when you start getting fearful. It starts like wrapping around your spinal cord and absorbing the fluids, and the only way to dispel it is to scream.
Yeah.
So of course we start doing experiments on a woman who can't even speak. Like, that's like some of the worst like use of torture you could probably ever do to somebody. Like, that's worse than like waterboarding.
Jesus.
But I thought that was cool. I like some of the weird shit that she was saying was like really neat. Like, more specifically, like when she sees all the blood and the bloody arm in the tub, and they superimpose the blood red color on top of the black and white. I thought was like really cool looking.
That's such a William Castle thing to do. I mean, he's the king of gimmicks, but that gimmick right there actually worked really well. I think that's really sweet how they did that. I mean, in a sense, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense within the narrative as to like how that actually works. But I think it's effective visually. It really is. Because when you're watching a black and white film and all of a sudden you got this like literally blood red color just popping out of like taps and tubs and shit like that. I think it's a very, very unique thing. One of my favorite scenes in the film, actually. Yeah.
And you're right. Like, just the explanation of it's like you couldn't possibly like explain that in real life, because it would just mean that everyday life is in black and white. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, like the creature itself, I thought was honestly kind of goofy looking.
It looks like a massive centipede or something like that.
Yeah, weird little worm.
I like the creature. I thought it was cool.
I think it's too big. One of my biggest problems with the Tingler is like when they pull it out, it's too big. Because that thing would like, I guess it grows, but like it almost seems like it's
it grows
too big for
when
your body.
Get scared.
Yeah, but like it almost seems like it'd be too big, even at that size in your body. If you were like that scared, like you think it would just bust out of you at that point. I don't know. I always thought it was a little bit too big, but I guess it has to be
like
how
could doctors not ever like discover this ever up until now? You know what I mean? And you're right. They would like almost look like a hunchback. These things.
Is this supposed to be like invisible or something?
No.
At times,
no, it just lives inside your body. Like it starts off like
hers
super
just got
small.
so huge because she couldn't scream.
I love the premise, man. It is such a unique and original premise that William Castle came up with, like that everybody has this thing that grows inside them.
The parasite.
But like I love that premise because you know the only way to like relieve yourself of it is to scream, and then they play off that. Like it's a really, really cool and interesting and original premise, man. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, because it's like, why do people scream when they're scared? It's like an instinctual thing that keeps the tingler at bay.
Yeah.
One thing I thought about while watching this movie too was like, I was thinking about all the great 50s remakes that we got in the 80s that just completely ramped it up. And we didn't get a Tingler remake.
Yeah, good
And that
point.
could have been so fucking cool in the 80s. Like imagine like the body horror practical effects they could have made with like the little spine creature and shit.
We need
it could have
one.
been so cool.
You know what's
still do it.
You know what's a total missed opportunity now that you bring this up, and I never thought about this before, but Cronenberg did The Fly in the 80s, right? If he would have been ideal to do the Tingler.
Right. We got that in the 80s. We got The Blob in the 80s, The Thing in the 80s, all these cool 50s remakes, but the Tingler could have been
in
one
the
too.
90s, we got 13 Ghosts and House.
Has there ever been
House on Haunted Hill?
Right. Yeah, I know with like, and the weirdest thing ever is like, I couldn't even take that shit serious when I saw Chris Kattan on the bill. I'm like, what?
Chris Kattan.
I'm like, this is fucking weird. But like, honestly, man, that is
I used
like.
to think that movie was so scary when I was a kid, and then
it scared the hell out of me in '90.
Yeah, then I remember when the Scream Factory Blue came out. I bought it, and I was all excited to throw this thing in, and I watched it, and I was like embarrassed. I was ever scared of this movie.
You should be embarrassed.
I still.
That's like.
I don't even.
I was so scared of them to go in the basement. I was like, "Don't fucking go in the basement, bro!"
Dude, oh my god, watching it like for the first time, like since I was like 13 years old, like as like a like almost 30-year-old, like made me embarrassed. I ever liked it.
Was there ever talks?
Movie?
Was there? Oh, sorry, but was there ever any talks of a Tingler remake? Like ever once?
I don't know. I think
didn't
the
even
story's
look
a little
into
too goofy. Where like it might not really work in a modern movie, but it like.
I mean, but you could do it differently. You could do it differently. You wouldn't have to like. I think one of the most effective things in the Tingler is how it obviously takes place like kind of like above the theater and stuff, but when he incorporates it into the theater, because that was William Castle's.
Well, that's the gimmick is like this real strong thing about the movie. I think.
Yeah.
And like they always like there's like a kind of winking at you vibe to the whole movie, where I think this like story kind of works like in that sort of like winking at you atmosphere. Or if you tried to make this movie like dead serious, it would kind of be stupid, I think.
Yeah, you just have to treat it for what it is,
In
just like a popcorn flick.
In 2007, Columbia Pictures were talking about doing a remake.
So there was talks of it. I couldn't even imagine it never being in talks to remake. It's totally
this really
that
seems
movie.
like a product of its time to me. I feel like if
I think you have to do it like real serious and do it like a
but you got
body horror parasite thing.
Yeah, you have to do it serious, but like I mean, let's face it, man. In the 2000s, when 3D became super popular again, that was definitely a resurgence of 50s filmmaking though too, right? So why not do the Tingler at some time? It just seems like that's the type of movie that totally would have been redone. It's crazy to me it never got remade. Fucking wild. But
So what do you rate that bitch?
I give the Tingler an 8 out of 10.
Starting on 8s.
Really cool movie.
Yeah, it's super fun.
And bring gimmicks back to the theater.
I'm down.
I would love if my seat just like shocked my ass.
It brings a new definition to blowing your shitter out at that point.
Right. I will say though, like once like the whole like shocking thing happened in the movie, the fact that like you're not there to like witness all that stuff with it kind of like brought it down just a hair. So I'm like, all right, I'm good. I don't need to see any more people getting their asses shocked.
Right.
I feel like that was the only one where they like actually incorporated the gimmick like into the movie itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the scream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this in like with a group, but it's pretty fun because everybody screams.
All right, JP, number 9.
Oh, number 9. Okay, we're gonna go all the way back to 1959 for a film that mashes up 2 little genres. We got the horror, we got the Western. We have Curse of the Undead. This was a nice watch for me. I'd never seen this movie before. I owned the Kino for a few years. I think this was the first movie that I watched for this prep. So yeah, it basically takes place in an old West town. There's sort of like a possibility of a vampire that's lurking in the shadows, biting people's necks of young girls. Always got to be the young girls. And they're found dead. One of the doctors, I believe his son is having a land dispute with like this douchebag in the town. And basically it turns into a, good old quick draw McGraw type shootout thing. And the son dies. And then there's a woman, I think is it his mom? I can't even remember. I watched it so long ago.
It's a sister.
His sister puts up a, gun for hire poster offering $100. This strange dude rolls into town. He has a really cool line where he says like, she asked him if he'll stay in this little thing by the cemetery or whatever. And he's like, dead don't bother me. It's the living that causes me trouble. I'm like, yeah. And yeah, so it turns out this dude is the vampire. And then, yeah, it's just like a Western vampire type thing. I thought it was really fun, really cool. It incorporates some neat stuff like this little crucifix that was from the actual crucifixion fiction of Jesus. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see the genre mashup. I've always been a fan of like the idea of a horror Western. Vampires just seem to fit really nice with that as well. But yeah, pretty good movie. I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
You know what you know what I find really interesting about that's exactly what I rate that one too, actually. About Curse of the Undead is how, like, I always talk about like mythologies and folklore when it comes to vampires and like different countries and stuff, and they always have different rules and different mythologies and stuff. So this is an American film that totally uses like a different mythology to the vampire folklore. And the way he turns vampire, I've never seen in another movie before. This is like very unique in kind of that area, like in that narrative. Can you guys think of another movie where someone commits suicide and turns vampire?
No. I feel like I have heard that before.
Like there's no other vampire. Yeah, like there's no other vampire. It's not like he got bit.
It's like it's again with the like religious aspect, like where your like soul is damned.
Well, that's what I like about it, because it's a different premise where he commits the ultimate sin of suicide, and he's basically damned, and he's cursed. He becomes damned, and like he becomes this. It's really interesting that this hasn't really been duplicated before. I've never really seen that premise before. I thought that was really interesting, because most folk, like in American vampire films, are kind of going back to the basics. You know what I mean? But this one really doesn't do that. It's a very different premise, but I think it's really fun. It really is a Western vampire film. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's a fun film.
And this was like this little movie came about from actually just a joke. Screenwriting duo Edward Dean and Mildred Dean were just like talking about like, oh, what if we did like a like vampire western or something? And they just like was talking about it as like a joke. And then the wife actually contacted Universal producer, and then the dude quote called Edward and was like, "Hey, smartass, why don't you give us the good stuff and you fucking use it as jokes?" Basically, like, "Hey, why are you not telling us your good ideas? You only give us the bad ones." But yeah, so it was made by a husband-wife writing duo, which is pretty cool. So yeah, Curse of the Undead.
Nice.
All right,
Tyler.
Number 9. All right, at number 9, we're gonna head over to Germany. I have Victor Trevis's The Head.
Wow.
This one, there's a lot of, like I was saying before, I felt like the most prominent thing, at least to me, was this mad scientist trope, and this was one of the mad scientist movies that kind of stuck out to me. The thing I really liked about this movie was extremely like pessimistic and nihilistic. I love like the entire movie just going, "I want to die. I don't want to be part of this. I don't have any will to live." And he's just like, "Too bad." I didn't think there was really anything as bleak as this movie this year. It's kind of it's probably the most let's say bonkers or wacky mad scientist movie too. Essentially, this scientist has developed a serum that he's used to keep a dog's head alive after its body has died. And then this other scientist, his partner, has a heart attack. So he's like, what better time than now? And he does it to him. And that's like off screen before the movies. So from the beginning of the movie, we just have this guy that's hooked up to all these wires. It's just an immobile head of a scientist. And then he wants that scientist, because that scientist was brilliant, so he wants to die, but he's like, "No, I need you," because he wants to develop a way, basically, to body swap his hunchback assistant into a new body. And you spend a lot of time just like with these two talking, but I thought it was like a genuinely really cool story, and I liked kind of everywhere it went and how wacky it kind of got. I thought the visuals on the head like were great. It was some of the best stuff in the year, and it just like the way like it kind of tapped into this like pessimistic like I want to die thing. I want to die subplot. Really added like a layer to it that I enjoyed. It made the movie like much more horrifying because there's like literally nothing this floating guy with floating head can do about that. Like he can't move. He's just hooked up to like this like fish tank in tubes, and he's not dying unless this other guy says so. And it starts to involve something that he's familiar with, and it's horrifying in the way that like he can't do anything about it. And he's just forced to be here this whole time, and then it has a final like reveal where somebody else comes into the whole situation and sees him as a floating head, where they think he's long dead, and it's really eerie. And I thought it was like super effective because I was that character. I'd fucking shit my pants too if I saw that. And I just like really enjoyed the bleakness and even like the touch of black humor it had. It went a long way for me. I felt like most of the mad scientist movies had a pretty similar type thing going on, but this type of subplot and how it was able to use the special effects and kind of put its own like human side and some things I think better than the other movies really pushed it over the top for me with those. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I would definitely watch this one again. I'd also give this one a 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I wish this movie would get like a nice Blu-ray high def release. I have like an old school like I think it's like an oldies DVD. You know, because I think it's public domain. Yeah. And that's what I watched on. So, like, I mean, it doesn't look horrible at all. It looks pretty decent. But, man, I think this movie would fucking pop pretty good.
Yeah, it looks okay. I would like to see what, like, the effects look like really cleaned up with the head.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. What'd you give that one?
6.5.
Cool. All right. So, coming in at number 9 for myself. Taking it all the way. No, I'm not going to do that. is The Four Skulls of Jonathan Drake.
The Four Skulls of Mr. Jonathan Drake.
Yeah, this is one that I've always really enjoyed, man. I've seen this movie a bunch of times. I was actually really excited to rewatch this one because it'd been a few years. Scream Factory gave it a nice little treatment. I think this is actually one of the titles years ago that they said they put it out like on a 4-pack or something like shit like that, and they said they were never going to put this one out on Blu-ray, and then boom, it came out on Blu-ray. Fucking typical Scream Factory, right?
Like 2 months later.
Yeah, like lying through their fucking teeth kind of thing, right?
Actually.
But I was happy though, man, because the transfer does look really good on The Four Skulls of Jonathan Drake. Basically, this is another one of those kind of family curse films. We've got Jonathan Drake, who is convinced that there's like a family curse because everybody in the family lineage, the males specifically, die under mysterious circumstances around the age of like 60 years old. Anyways, he's going to visit his brother. He finds out we see that his brother sees like the shrunken head kind of deal. Ends up dead and stuff like that. And back in these days, he was on his way to go see his brother, and he's can't be informed that he actually ends up dead. Right. So he shows up at his brother's place and he's like, holy shit, fucking brother died and stuff. So now it's basically him trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, if there's actually a curse. And I've always really enjoyed this movie. I think where it goes is actually quite unique. Like the reveal with what's going on is bizarre. It really, really is bizarre. But I think the whole narrative is really cool, man. This is a movie that runs under 70 minutes. I think it runs like 68, 69 minutes. And I feel like after the first 20 minutes of this movie, you felt like you've watched an entire film because they give you so much backstory and they do it so compellingly. It's got really good pacing to it. It tells you so much about the family history and like what happened with the grandfather like 200 years ago and like how someone was abducted and blah, blah, blah. And then that's how they tell you this whole backstory of like how this curse came about and stuff like that, which actually plays into the reveal and the narrative and stuff like that, which I think is really cool. It's one of those films, like I said, like the pacing's really good. 69 minutes. You got lots of shit going on. There's some deaths. I think some of my favorite stuff is the shrunken head stuff. And obviously I saw this movie way after the fact, watching Beetlejuice back in the day, but any type of shrunken head stuff, man, just makes me smile. I don't know. It just looks hilarious to me, but I think
shrunken heads are huge in the 90s.
Yeah. And like the shrunken heads in the film look really cool. There's like this really weird angle.
You remember the Goosebumps book, How I Got My Shrunken Head?
Hell yeah.
Yep.
No, I was way after my time. I was too old for the Goosebumps shit. I was the Fear Street kid, right? Goosebumps was after. But I love the scenes in this film where there's this great scene where the cops are trying to investigate and they're trying to figure out like is this supernatural? Like how the fuck is this shit happening? Like they just cannot figure out what the hell is going on. And then they have this discovery of like these skulls that are being placed back. Every time someone's killed, the head is removed from the body, but the skull is returned back to the Drake family. And there's this great fucking scene in the film where the cop, like, he does like a fingerprint test and he dusts it and stuff like that. He blows it off and like the fingerprints come back and they've got like skulls on them and shit. but the cool thing about that, and there's this like moment in the film where like, okay, like how is this happening? Because there's no in and outs out of here. But it's really cool because they actually explain away why there's actually skulls on the fingerprints and stuff. Like there's so much narrative here. It's great. It's really good. Like everything they leave no ends untied. You know what I mean? Like they kind of figure it out. It's pretty cool stuff. Really, really well acted film and stuff. The one thing that really cracks me up, and this is very typical old school filmmaking, typical 40s, 50s, 60s, even in the 60s, they did this. The dude that they have running around basically severing the heads and being the kind of the lackey dude, he's like this native guy. It's definitely played by a white dude, which, some people would be like, whatever. At
least they sewed his mouth shut so he couldn't talk.
Yeah, exactly. But I tell you one thing, this guy is goofy as fuck looking too. He's got this he's really tall, skinny, and he's got this elongated face and stuff, but they just basically darkened him to make him look like he was native. And I'm just, oh my God, this is so ridiculous. But, it kind of works. But it's not even as ridiculous as when you get the reveal of what's really going on. You're like, oh my God,
That might be like one of the best like twist reveals of all year.
Totally 100%. This
like
movie,
if they did something like that nowadays, people would lose their fucking minds.
Dude. It's like you would have nonstop people just on social media just being like, this is so offensive, blah, 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 whatever. But I think it's actually really well done, to be honest, because they give you all the, like, this movie is like one of those films where it just gives you hints and hints and hints throughout the whole thing. They give you little nudges throughout the whole fucking thing. There's a lot of story and everything kind of makes sense to what they tried to do. But I think it's a really fun movie, man. Yeah, it's another one that I'm going to give 8 out of 10. Yeah, I've always been a big fan, really big fan. But, you know, for a 69-minute film, it's just crazy how much they pack into this film, like narrative-wise and backstory and shit. It's pretty cool to me. I respect that. So good job. But yeah, that's The Four Skulls of Jonathan Drake.
All right. So my number 9 is from Japan, and it is from director Nobuo Nakagawa. And we have The Ghost of Yotsuya, which we've already talked about earlier. And in my opinion, this is the best version of the story that came out this year. Like, I did really like... I didn't say I really liked the other one, but I did like the other one. I thought it was pretty moody, pretty atmospheric, but this one pretty much is an upgrade on every single level, in my opinion. I thought the character of Lemon in this movie was a lot more ruthless and reprehensible. Honestly, like, the color cinematography was amazing in this movie. In my opinion, it might be the best use of color, like, used throughout any movie this year. And just watching it, I was just like thinking how crazy it would have been to see this movie on a theater in 1959. Like, watching black and white movies, like, up until that point, just seeing like the rich colors and just the amazing like tracking cinematography. Like, this movie just kind of blew me away. The atmospheric soundtrack I love too. It was just such a cool, moody movie. But where are we at here? The effects too, I thought were really good. Like the part where like the hair was falling off the ghost and shit like that, and just like the disfigured face after the poison and everything, I thought was really effective. And then it's pretty obvious how influential this movie is, like when it comes to like Japanese horror.
Yeah, because it's based off. Was it a book that was written?
I think Tyler said it was a play.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. We already talked about. Yeah,
it was based on a real murder.
Yeah. So it was based on real events and then turned into. That's right. Okay, I'm getting all these movies mixed up because there's so many that are based on books and plays and fucking man.
And it's funny too that it is based on a real murder, because like this is the type of shit that happens all the time in like today's world, where a guy wants to be with a woman so bad he'll just end up killing and then moving on swiftly after that to the next best thing.
But the crazy thing about the narrative in this film is like it's not just one dude. Like this girl is with somebody and like he wants to marry her kind of thing and stuff, and like he kills her father, right? And
well, yeah, it goes even further than that.
But it's crazy
he kills
because
the father, his sister-in-law's husband, so then his boy can marry her instead.
That's
it's like he
saying.
Like creates this weird little enterprise of like, I'm gonna kill all these fuckers so all my dudes can just get their dick wet.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it involves so many other people. Like, generally a story like this would just be allocated to like our main character kills the father. Okay, blah blah blah. You don't want to accept me as a suitor for your daughter, so I'm gonna rid you. Marry her kind of thing. But like it involves getting rid of the sister's suitor, and it's like the story is fucking batshit, dude. I don't know if that's part of the real story. Is that actually part of it, where like that dude end up dead and the father, and like there's a bunch of victims.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Like, and who knows? Like, I feel like a lot of these like Ronin samurai, like back then, they could pretty much just like do whatever the fuck they wanted.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if like a lot of that stuff happened more often in real life.
I like this version of the movie a lot better too, because the first one I watched was the Radiance release, and like it's definitely the same story, but they elongate the story of Lemon, where he goes to the city and he tries to like do all this stuff like getting jobs, and like I just feel like the movie is way too long, and the pacing is a lot worse in that film, and it's not as exciting. Like I feel like this one, it kind of gets down to the nitty gritty. The storytelling so fast in the beginning, like bam, 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 bam. And then it kind of goes through and you have all these character developments and like all these arcs and all these people are getting picked off, blah, blah, blah. And then it gets to the revenge part. I feel like this one is a lot shorter and it just works a lot better. And it feels more like a horror film too, right? Because once you get the revenge, it's just, it's awesome.
Pretty much the last third of the movie is just pure like Japanese horror, like goodness.
Yeah.
But like the best parts about Japanese horror is literally in this movie. But yeah, I give it an 8 out of 10. Like I was pretty blown away by this one.
Yeah, it's one of those movies where I just feel like, you know, even though it's based on real events and stuff like that, it just feels super poetic. It really does feel poetic to me. I don't know why. It really does. I think there's this really haunting scene in the film where I think it's his boy and he's like digging through the water and shit. And he's like, oh, here's a fucking, here's a comb. And like, here's some hair. Like if you found hair in the water and a comb and shit, wouldn't you be like, okay, there's gotta be a body around here?
Dude, I would probably fucking scream if I like grabbed hair and a comb in a fucking lake.
He's pretty calm about it. I'm like, dude, I'm like thinking to myself going, there's definitely a body around here. That's not cool.
And all he has to do is take like 2 steps to the left and then he touches another body and then another body.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. JP.
Yeah. First repeat. My number, what are we on? It's 8.
Yeah.
My number 8 is The Ghost of Yotasuya. So same movie as Tony.
Nailed it.
This
like what do you say? Like the ghost of like what?
Yotasuya. Yotasuya? That's wrong?
No, that's pretty good.
Yotsuya.
I thought you said like
Yokasuya the first time.
I thought you said like the ghost of Yamaha or something.
Yamaha.
Yeah, but yeah, this one was pretty cool. I mean, I'm not like the biggest fan of like the classical Japanese films that we've covered, but like I definitely have grown to like understand and appreciate them a little bit more like throughout time. I thought this one was pretty cool. It's just such a different type of movie from what we were getting in the States and even like the UK at the time. Like it's just so much. It feels honestly like ahead of its.
Yeah, it's definitely shot more.
Yeah,
and you get
like
that vibe with like
modern.
every movie this year.
Yeah, that's why they're still talked about.
Yeah. So I like the fact that the guy's name is Lemon. That was cracking me up throughout the movie. But he's just an asshole, you know what I mean? Like it starts off with him and trying to marry some girl, and then you know he kills her father, and then the father's like somebody that worked for the father like sees it, and he's like, hey, me and you, bro, we're gonna make some cash and marrying these 2 chicks right here. We just have to kill the one dude first. And then they do that, and then like he's like he got his chick, right? He's like, I got the girl I was courting, but then he's like, yeah, I'm bored with this. There's a new girl that I like.
This girl's got money.
Yeah, we're gonna kill my wife.
Yeah, because that's one big element, because he's kind of a piece of shit and he can't really provide for him and his wife and shit like that. And he's like, well, the easy way out is to fucking rid the wife and marry the rich bitch. It's like typical human nature, right? It's just a piece of shit person, man. He's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You see documentaries on that shit all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Killing for insurance money.
Like, yeah. Oh my God. It's like the number one fucking reason, dude. I've watched like 300 episodes of Forensic Files. It's like 90% of them are that.
There's one scene in this film, man, I thought that they were going to go where, like, when the wife is holding the baby, like, I thought like they were going to actually like feed the baby the fucking the poison and shit like that. Yeah. But it ends up demising a different way. But like that, it still ends up being super dark. Really, it's kind of crazy actually what they do with that. So it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I probably would have came up with a whole point if that happened. But yeah, Yeah, it's pretty good, honestly. And I agree with Tony. I think that it's like probably one of the best like cinematography esque movies, like filmmaking wise of the year. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
I'm a little bit surprised to see this on your list, but at the same time, I'm not, because it is really good. It's a good one. Did you watch the other one?
No.
Okay, so you watched the good one then.
I didn't even know there was another one. You kept talking about it. I still never could even see where it was on the list.
So Radiance put
it must be way down
out.
there. Where is it on the list? Oh, okay. It's like on tier 4.
I feel like it's also pretty popular.
It's next to Terror in the Midnight Sun and My Uncle's a Vampire. So that's the quality of movies down there.
Yeah,
and that's like sort of by popularity.
More, prominent filmmaker.
Yeah, I always sort mine by popularity because I know that like once I start getting, but every once in a while they're just wrong because it's just a movie that isn't widely available. So
there's been some years where like I'll do that too. It's like popularity, and I'll watch a movie that's listed at like 279, and I'm like, I like this movie.
Yeah. But like you can usually tell because
he's like, there's a movie at 410. I'm like, I love this movie.
I don't even look at a movie unless it's on page 5.
The posters start getting like really shitty. Like the further you go down, they start getting really shitty and really foreign.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Ghost of Yamaha, pretty solid.
Yamaha. That's not right. But anyways,
the story of how one keyboardist created a motorcycle.
All right. My number 8 film, we're going to go to Japan, and it is also from Nobuya Nakagawa. And this film is not The Ghost of Yatsuya. It is The Lady Vampire.
Really? Fuck.
The Lady Vampire. It's doing some pretty interesting things for the vampire genre at this time compared to everything else.
Does it have jumping vampires?
It does, actually.
Does it? It's not jumping.
Yeah, it jumps. It's like it kind of implodes at the end. It's jumping vampires.
I like
hopping vampires. Stop saying jumping. They
what
hop.
do you mean?
They hop.
It's just jumping and hopping are the same thing.
No, it's two different things, man.
Yeah,
I don't believe you.
It starts out where we're at this
describe to me the differences
party.
Between jumping and hopping.
It's hopping, like bunny hopping and jumping. Like rabbits don't jump; they hop. Right? That's the difference. They
hopping requires 4 legs.
Have you never heard the term bunny hopping, like on a BMX or anything?
and people jump?
There's no term bunny jump. Bunny jump is not a fucking term. Oh, that was close.
Are you comparing vampires to bunnies?
You're still not telling me the difference. You're just saying one's called something else.
Bunny hopping is just little fucking leaps. It's not jumping is like fucking big leaps.
Yeah, but some of them fucking vampires
Michael Jordan
jumping high as fuck.
Jump.
You ever see fucking Thirst?
Yes, I've seen. Well, which one? I've seen both.
The fucking
79 one or the So there's a couple of them.
Yeah, I don't know if they're really jumping all that much in 79.
But like Mr. Vampire, those are hopping vampires. It's like a whole subgenre of like vampire films, man. It's like,
to be fair though, the set of the sequels is called Hopping Mad, so even they say hopping.
Hopping is a synonym for
they don't say jumping. Jumping is different than hopping.
It's the same thing.
Well,
it's the same in theory, but it's just a lower key. Like hopping is just like you're going 6 inches.
Do kangaroos jump or hop?
Yeah.
They do both.
Exactly.
They do.
That was a jump that Tyler's cat did.
Yeah, you just jumped.
That's a jump. That's not a hop. Exactly.
Okay, so, anyways, the Lady Vampire.
Oh yeah, back to the movie.
So, starts out where they're having some sort of party for this woman, Itsuko, whose mother disappeared when she was a baby 20 years ago. And conveniently, her mother reappears now at this party. Everyone's like, holy shit, and gets all traumatized by it. So Itsuko's boyfriend, Tamio, decides, I need to chill my girlfriend out, and I'm going to take her to this art gallery And strangely enough, they go to this art gallery and they find a portrait of her mother who just reappeared after being gone for 20 years, practically nude. And that
Definitely nude.
Yeah, ends up being like the winning painting. And we find out it was submitted by a mysterious artist under a fake name. Who's then revealed? It's a man that we see in a fedora and a black suit and sunglasses at night, inside of a building. And we follow this guy back to his hotel room, and he's got this little like dwarf assistant. And then once he's hit by the tiniest speck of moonlight, he becomes a vampire. And a vampire in this movie is just getting like little fangs. But this movie
and bushy eyebrows.
Oh, and bushy eyebrows. Yeah, it was like this. Imagine, like the emo hair of like the 2000s and like the eye makeup. You get like that and like these little like things you bought at Party City, and that's how the vampires look in this movie. But this movie does some really interesting things with it. It kind of takes the vampire genre to this ancestral blood curse type of deal as you learn more about the vampires. A lot of it actually doesn't make sense, so that's one thing about this movie. I think this movie is a little bit messy, but it goes a lot bigger and a lot more expansive than basically every movie this year, I think. You have these really elaborate sets towards the end that make for this showdown. I think that could have been better, but it's cool for what it is. And it kind of just gets really bonkers in the last act, and it felt like something completely fresh compared to everything else. It's also like it's in black and white, and it's one of the better shot movies this year for sure. Like that Ghost of Yatsuya movie, it also has some good camera movement, some good like blocking, interesting things. It kind of seems like when he gets to like this big finale battlefield, there's like so much space and he doesn't know what to do with it.
You know what's crazy about the ending? Like going back to that. And I was noticing the same thing you did. Like the beginning of the movie feels so like Japanese, like modernized filmmaking that it's like nothing like westernized filmmaking. But like once it gets to the end, like the whole movie like pretty much transforms into like an American movie where it's so like stage precedent, everything's statically shot and like kept in the spot. Like just felt like an American movie at the end.
Yeah, like that's the strength of like the first like 2/3 of this movie. Like I think he does a lot of really interesting things with cinematography, the lighting, and the blocking. And they gave him probably like there's a lot of like little set pieces they go through. Like it's not just like, and they were probably envisioning this like big fight at the end that just doesn't like all come together the way they probably envisioned. But it just feels like they gave him this like big set and all this stuff and told him to use him. And he didn't like really know what to do. Because even like you look at his work too in that Yatsuya movie, it's mostly close quarters stuff, and he does really good, like kind of like making the most of like this like his tight atmosphere. That's where like he does really well with the lights and shadows in this movie. But this was just a really interesting take on the vampire subgenre, opposed to most things I've seen at this time. It's the most expansive movie of the year, I'd say, where like you go to the most places and it has like the biggest story. It kind of reminded me of like almost like those like Hong Kong jungle like occult type things where you start to like go back with these. And overall, like the acting in these four movies I think are pretty good compared to most things, just because these are like the movies that have somehow survived in time where they weren't accessible this many years ago. So it has that going for it as well. The same woman that plays the daughter, the main lead in this, also plays Ito in The Ghost of Yatsuya. She was in most of that director's movies. But yeah, this was a really good one. I would definitely recommend this one. One thing I really liked about this too, this is easily the most sexual and like sleaziest movie of the year. And one thing that's kind of interesting about that is, although the like American occupation stopped in Japan in 1952, a lot around the time before that, it was like they couldn't even like say kiss like in a Japanese movie because it was considered like indecent. And a lot of the with the filmmaking, you see things start to change in that period with like the Western occupation. And even though that was done in, I believe, 1952, a lot of the trends remained the same. A lot of sexual and more taboo things are sometimes coded as Western, as like a Western intrusion in Japanese movies. So there's a little bit of subtext to this movie that I think that makes this a little bit more interesting. I'm not completely sure if that's what it's saying, because we are getting a little bit further away from the time where maybe that sort of trend had made its way out. But it's something you do see in a lot of these like imperialist, like early 50s, like Japanese, like traditional dramas they do, and this kind of follows that line, but it puts a little bit of like this goofy horror spunk on it. Kind of implodes at the end, like I said. It could have been. I think this movie could have been better, but it's still fun for what it is, and it's a pretty quick watch. I think this was like under 80 minutes. It was. So if you can, this one, I think this is one Tony got on MB, and that's why I saw it. But if you can find this one, this is a cool little watch from a reasonably notable Japanese filmmaker. I'm going to give this one a 6.5 too.
And it was a solid copy we watched. It was 1080p.
Yeah, so it looks good. I think a lot of this
version exists somewhere.
Yeah, this guy made Jigoku too, so he's got like he's a little. Oh, he made Black Cat Mansion. So yeah, he's got some like reasonably like at least notable films. Whereas it probably means his body of work is more likely to get restorations.
So you're at number 8 and you're at 6.5. Crazy.
Yeah.
I expected that.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
I expected him to start with 6, not 6.5. So he exceeded my expectations.
Yeah, he did me too.
All right. So next up for me, number 8 is the Giant Behemoth. Yo. I mean, this movie right here is kind of like the UK's version of like Godzilla. I mean, it could also even be considered to be a remake.
It's like a Loch Ness monster type thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same type of premise kind of thing. I mean, it could also be considered to be a remake of like 20,000 Fathoms and stuff like that. So, but yeah, man, I've always really, really enjoyed this film, man. I mean, it wears its commentary on its sleeve throughout the whole film. I mean, it's a product of its time, 100%. It comes out of that atomic age, that whole atomic, testing and stuff like that. It's basically about, dumping, radioactive waste and stuff like that into the waters and shit like that. And, it's the cause and effect of it. Like it's the effects of what, mankind does to nature and stuff like that. And this is the effect of it. So essentially they got to step in and figure out what the fuck to do about this giant creature that has emerged from this, this atomic waste dumping and stuff like that. But I think this one takes us one step further because they really kind of analyze it to the point where, it makes it quite interesting, the resolution that they have to come to, because they can't just like destroy this monster. They realize that they can't just destroy this monster because he's so radioactive. Like if you were to just destroy this thing on land kind of thing, it would basically kind of pollute and, corrupt mankind as we know it kind of thing. I love that whole premise, man. It makes it very suspenseful and stuff like that. This movie is like very interesting because I think effect wise, the stop motion animation in this is really, really good. It really does hit hard for me. It's kind of mean spirited at times too. And surprisingly has a huge body count, like on screen body count. There's actually a scene in this film which is quite shocking for 1959 where there is a kid that totally gets fucking, he gets killed by this giant behemoth and it's on screen. I'm just like, damn, they just killed a fucking kid on screen. That goes up 5 points. That's amazing. Extra points right there.
But comes in at a 15 out of 10.
Yeah, 15 out of 10 on this one. But you just don't see that a lot in these type of older films where they're going to kill kids on screen. It's, it's mostly adults and things like that, but in, maybe animals and stuff like that. But like, I mean, this kid's like probably 13 years old and succumbs, he's a victim to the giant behemoth's radioactivity, which I really like. It's pretty awesome stuff. But yeah, like surprisingly, like I said, though, this movie has a lot of carnage. There's a lot of carnage. There's a lot of suspense in this film, but I really like the scientific angle to this when they're like testing the fish and like figuring out the radiation levels and stuff like that. I love all that stuff in this film. I think it's really good. But Yeah, like how they're talking about like how the plankton absorb. I mean, this is like a real life thing though too. Like, you know, if the plankton are absorbing, you know, all this type of radiation stuff, they're the bottom of the food chain. So if they're all radioactive and everything else is eating that shit, man, it's just a fucking, you know, it's just a domino effect of shittiness right there. And you know, this is 1959. I mean, people seem to tend to think that, like, you know, back in the day they didn't really know much shit. I mean, there was some science going on back in the day. We knew what the fuck was up. You know, we just have more advanced stuff now, but they knew that shit was bad. So I mean, it's, you know, like I said, it's kind of like the UK's version of Godzilla, 20,000 Fathoms Under the Sea kind of thing. But again, you know, it wears its commentary on its sleeve, and I really enjoy this film, man. But what really sells it for me is the actual effects in this film. I think it's fantastic. There's miniatures, there's stop motion. Like I said, you know, really good suspense in this film too. Surprisingly, it's just really good suspense in the third act and shit. Like, I love the whole underwater stuff, like where they have to come to this idea to rid of this monster, and how they do it and stuff is pretty cool. It's great film, man. I love this film. Great release from Warner Brothers. The archive line, the transfer looks fucking phenomenal on this. So if you're a fan of giant monster films and, you know, or are a fan of the atomic age type films, this is for you, man. If you're a fan of Godzilla, all these type of films, this is a really good film. Highly recommend this one. 8 out of 10 for the giant behemoth.
Nice.
Cool. All right, so we're on 8s, right?
Yeah.
All right. So my number 8 comes from the UK. It is directed by Arthur Crabtree, and it is Horrors of the Black Museum.
Nice.
Starring Michael Gough, who's most famously known as Alfred from the Batman series from the 90s. But in this movie, he plays a true crime author.
Like the animated series?
No, the movies.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, yeah, like the first one's technically 89, so I guess 89 to 97 he played Alfred. But a year before this, he was actually in Horror of Dracula, the Christopher Lee movie, which is, honestly might be my favorite Dracula movie, period. I love that movie.
I honestly love the Hammer Draculas.
I think every film that Christopher Lee did as Dracula they were all good.
Yeah. Damn it.
But yeah, the premise of this movie, I'm like a huge fan of, and it's kind of like proto-slashery. Like, these people are being killed in creative ways by these weapons that the killer got from the Scotland Yard's Black Museum, which is basically a museum of like old murder weapons used in like famous cases and shit. And the movie stars Michael Gough as a true crime author who early on you find out is the guy who's buying these, and he's like pawning them off on his assistant to do the killings. And his whole MO is basically he wants to like drum up all these killings so he can write a book and make more money, which I thought was a really interesting motive, honestly, and it felt like very slasher like adjacent to me. But I thought the kills themselves are really cool. Like, they have binoculars that have spikes that come out into eyes. You have like an acid bath, a guillotine. There's so many cool deaths in this. The last bit of the movie takes place at a carnival, which I really love. I love any movie that has a nice carnival setting. And the movie also has one of my favorite downbeat endings. And it's also like really goofy what happens. I'm not going to explain, but yeah, it kind of made me laugh. But at the same time, it's like, I love a good downbeat ending, especially at a time like this when everything pretty much just ends in the hero's favor. But yeah, I thought this movie was really solid. The color cinematography was really good. And I thought all the characters are sweet. When the assistant gets hypnotized, he becomes like a disfigured freak, which really doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but it looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I loved it. Like, it just breezed by. I give it an 8 out of 10. Solid body count.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it though, man. Like, really good kills, a lot of cool things that are happening throughout the film. The color cinematography is fantastic. It's a big surprise. I mean, I actually owned this film on DVD before. It looked like shit. And then VCI put out the Blu-ray, and it looks really damn good, dude. I highly recommend, if you don't have the Blu-ray of it, check it out, Tony. It looks really fucking good, man.
I need to buy that.
I was surprised by this because I actually, like I said, I picked it up for this
VCIs are usually pretty cheap too.
Yeah, and like they've really upped their game with their transfers on their Blu-rays. Holy fuck, I popped that in. I was like, damn, dude, it's like watching a different movie. It's crazy. It really popped. So yeah, it's really fun. It's really fun. I'm glad to see that one.
Yeah, I think I watched it on Tubi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tubi came in clutch for 59.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Did you rate it?
Yeah, 8 out of 10.
Oh, in the 8s.
Started with 8s.
Oh. I guess me and Tyler have not 8s yet.
All right, GP, number 7.
Yeah, my number 7 from the year 1959, but taking place in the year 1888 on the streets of London. We have Jack the Ripper.
Nice.
Which is a title that honestly, I guess was public domain after the rights from, who the hell was it? Was it Universal? I think the US rights were like Universal or something. I think they lapsed eventually, and then it was put out by Severin a couple years ago. I did pick up that Blu-ray a couple years ago, and I had never watched it, so I popped it in for this show, and I thought it was pretty dope, dude. First of all, I've become kind of a Jack the Ripper movie fan because the Ripper from '89 or whatever, the Vinegar Syndrome or the Gosser release, I was a pretty big fan of that, and I watched this one fairly close to it.
So was Christian from Planet CHH, whatever. He really liked the Ripper. Hey, Tony.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, dude. That was the point in the video where I was like, okay, this is really corny.
I bought it because the cover was cool and I felt like I got ripped off.
Dude, when he
just sell it.
What sold it for me in the video though is when he said, "Let's face it, people, all shot on video movies suck." And I was like, okay, this is just beyond cornball. Like, that's horrible. Anyway,
you said that Planet CCH or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched his videos quite often. I've watched him for years, but like, I just couldn't get over what he was saying in this video. It's like, this is the corniest.
He's someone it's not someone I've like watched all the time, but I've watched like some of his videos, and I thought usually it's pretty good. Usually makes good content.
He's relatively green. I mean, I feel like sometimes I feel like I'm just, you know,
I've watched mostly interviews, I think, on his channel, and then like after I do the interview, like, oh, what else this guy got, and I'll watch a video or two.
He's still catching up. Like he said, he got into horror like in the late 2000s, right? So like he's obviously a little bit newer to it. He does a good job on his channel, talks well. He covers some good stuff and stuff like that. But like he's still figuring out films. You know what I mean? Like he hasn't seen a lot of stuff that we've probably seen because we're a little bit older and we've seen a lot more.
Yeah, he's still developing his own taste.
Exactly. Yeah. He's still kind of figuring it out. Like, and I've noticed that in some of his recent videos. I'm like, damn, dude. But you know, it is what it is. It's a learning process, I guess, right? So
yeah. So before I get into the film, there was a version of the Severin release that has both the British version and the American version, and a DVD came with it. And I don't know if my version has this or not, but it contains a standard definition reconstruction of the European Continental edition using bits from the US and UK prints and taped sourced materials for alternate nude footage.
Yeah. So Severin did put out a separate edition with that version on there, because I have just a single disc.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I have as well.
Yeah,
that kind of is interesting though.
Yeah, it has
the
DVD. It has
that DVD
the 2 cuts.
came in it was like a free thing. I feel like it came in a little paper sleeve, that DVD, because I have that and I just put the sleeve in with the Blu-ray that I have.
Yeah. Severin is known for doing that, because I have a bunch of their limited editions where it came with a sleeve as an extra disc, and
Scream
a bunch
Factory
of
used to do that back in the day.
Yeah. So I don't have that, but the standard edition of Jack the Ripper has the 2 cuts. It doesn't have the other one with the nudity scenes,
it's
which is
pretty
interesting for
interesting, though, that it
1959
has
because 1959,
nude
yeah,
scenes.
titties.
Yeah.
Did I watch that cut for this? No, because I'm a fucking idiot.
I didn't. I
Not
wish
even
I
think
had
to
it.
do that.
I read up on it. And I was like, "What? There's titties in this?" I'm like, "That's crazy." Like, there's no
Right.
nudity
Now
in
I'm mad.
1959. Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
So this is an interesting Jack the Ripper film. So it's sort of based on like a novel that's like theoretical, sort of. So like we actually find out who Jack the Ripper is in this movie. So it is like obviously embellished. But basically Scotland Yard, inspector and a New York City detective are trying to figure out who Jack the Ripper is when a couple of prostitutes end up dead. But the thing that I really loved about this movie is it opens up with like really cool, dope atmosphere with like the foggy streets of London. And anytime I think of like London, I always think like this era of London and Jack the Ripper, like in some like cobblestone streets with like set like an inch, like, you know, just the way the sound would be. And like it just looks like cold and foggy. And yeah, we get actually pretty interestingly like some almost like giallo style kill to open up, where it's like this close up of like the glove and the knife, and you know, this
it feels like a giallo / proto slasher film at certain points in this movie. It really does.
And
yeah,
besides like you don't really see anything, but it's like kind of just a gruesome idea of like how he dies in this one in the elevator shaft. Spoiler.
I love the ending of this movie. Honestly,
it's so crazy that they did that.
I know.
It's just wild to me. Like that ending is just so, you would never see that coming.
And also I just really loved how like I actually loved the investigation narrative and like actually knowing who Jack the Ripper was and stuff like that. I thought that was like kind of cool to watch.
Well, I mean, the reveal doesn't come until the third act, like for real.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, you may have guessed it before, but like it's not revealed until like the typical third act kind of thing. Right. But
right.
But it's also
it's a whodunit.
Yeah, like the reveal is kind of based on what the theories were of Jack the Ripper back in the day, and they actually thought it was somebody that was a medical person, right? Because it was very surgical and stuff.
The surgicality of like the kills and stuff, but
which the kills in this movie aren't relative to the actual real stories. Like it's more like kind of stabbings and stuff. Like in the real killings, they were like disemboweled and they were a lot more mutilated and stuff. They don't go into that in here, which is interesting because they actually. Yeah, because they actually.
He was also just obsessed with that name. What was her name that he just kept like saying to like
Mary Clark?
Something.
Are you Mary Clark? But which is interesting because it completely plays into the actual reveal of the movie, right? You know, it's so that's where the fictional elements of this movie kind of reveal itself too, because that's obviously not a real thing with Jack the Ripper. He wasn't going around going, "Are you Mary Clark?"
Sarah Connor.
It wasn't happening, right? But it's kind of cool because I like how they take the nonfiction elements of Jack the Ripper and totally do a fictional story, but it works. It really does. It's great.
Yeah, well, he did kill 2 people named Mary, so
yeah,
in real life.
I know it is odd, but yeah. So
I always wonder, like, I always just wish I could like go back in time and see what like it was like back then with like the prostitutes. Like, I bet everybody smelled. I feel like people would smell back then.
Everyone's hairy.
They all had crabs. They all had every STD you could.
STDs just.
I always think about it in Deadwood. In Deadwood, like with the prostitutes and shit, like how they had to pay extra to do them in the butt. I always thought that was so funny.
I would not want to do.
I'm like, dude, that's like, you know what the butt is extra, right? I'm like, oh my god, this Deadwood was awesome, man.
I think that's it. I think that's most prostitutes.
It was just filthy. Probably, yeah.
But yeah, I really like Jack the Ripper. It was again an early watch for me, so it's, you know, I don't remember it a ton, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. That is my number 7. I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Good stuff. Tyler.
All right. We're going to head over to France for number 7. is Jean Renard's Experiment in Evil.
I knew that one's coming.
We kind of talked about this one a little bit early on. And essentially, this really is just an imported Jekyll and Hyde story, except it's set in 50s France, as opposed to wherever the original Jekyll Hyde is set. I can't remember at the moment. But same type of deal where you have your daughter there. In this movie, they're called Cordelia and Opal. So you have the same type of story where Cordelia's lifelong friend is concerned when he draws up his will to bequeath his entire estate to a complete stranger. And he goes to discover the awful haunting truth, and it pretty much plays out the exact same way. What differentiates this one a little bit from the original Jack the Ripper movie or story, I should say in general.
Dr. Jekyll, you mean?
Oh, yeah, Dr. Jekyll. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Dr. Jekyll. There's a little bit of comedy in this one. There's like kind of that like goofy French twang to it where it's more of like, instead of like this like kind of like horrific of becoming this like the guy when he's like in his Hyde side, Monsieur Opal, he's like kind of having fun just being evil and wrecking people. And it's played kind of for laughs, which I really liked. It was a little bit on the goofy side. And I didn't feel like that sort of thing kind of married that well this year with many movies. So this was a little bit better in terms of that. But I don't think this is like really breaking down any walls in terms of story. It really is just an imported story. It's about on par with it, maybe not as good as the 31 version. But what is really good about this movie is this movie was operating behind the lens at a level way beyond like any other movie this year. That it's notable enough where I would like definitely want to include this movie and like recognize that about it. This movie had by far the most camera movement of anything this year. It had like the biggest interiors, biggest like city shots. There was a lot of weird angle choices that made that fluidly move back. The camera work is really great in this movie, and it was like fascinating even inside of like just this kind of maybe by the numbers story. But that within itself made it stand out to me, and definitely was a bright spot in the year. It's almost like my award for best cinematography. The director is extremely notable. He's probably better known for his movies like The Grand Illusion and Rules of the Game, and not necessarily for any horror movies. But he was kind of at the end of his career, and it does do a little meta thing with this movie at the beginning, which isn't the only movie this year that does that. But it was cool to like see like France doing a little bit of a meta thing in their movie. Back in 1959. But yeah, I really like this, and it's definitely worth watching just to like see this like style of cinematography that's a little bit more advanced compared to the other movies this year. I'll give this one a 7 out of 10.
All right. So coming in at number 7 for myself is another repeat here. It seems to be very popular right now, and that's The Ghost of Yosua. There's nothing really else to say about it. We've already it's the Ghost of Toyota. So anyways, it's not really a whole lot more to say to it, but like I just my favorite scene in the film, which like doesn't really happen, but like the in the scene where she's like drinking this poison that Lemon has given her, and she's like holding this baby and shit like that. I'm like, man, is she gonna give that fucking baby? But like it ultimately ends up being pretty dark anyways, where she kind of like ends up dying and kind of suffocating the kid, which they don't really note after the fact, do they, in the film? Or am I just mistaken?
What?
That the baby dies.
I don't think so.
So like when she dies from being poisoned, they show her falling on the baby. Obviously it's just, she suffocates the baby at that point. But it's never noted after the fact. I thought that was always very interesting. It wasn't even noted that the baby died too. But I guess
they didn't even know like putting it in like the swamp or anything either.
Yeah. It's weird, right? I just kind of thought about that. I was like, damn, they didn't really go there. But I guess it's probably kind of a taboo, kind of a foreign territory to acknowledge the fact that the baby did die. But but it obviously did because it's never there after the fact. And, you know, I mean, it was kind of like a 2-for-1 deal for Lemon, I guess, because he read all of his responsibilities at one point. Right. I just feel this movie is very poetic. It kind of tells that story. It's like, you know, what goes around kind of comes around. You know, if you're going to be a piece of shit and do this type of shit, like, you know, it's probably going to come back around to you and stuff. It's very atmospheric, man. It's shot really, really well. I think some of my favorite scenes are like around the swamp and shit. One of my, we talked about before with his sidekick, I can't remember what his name is, finding the comb and the hair and shit like that. I'm just like, dude, like seriously, if I was finding that shit in the water, I'd be like, I'm the fuck out of here. Like, I don't want to find anything else. Not for me. But this version of the story I liked a lot more than the Radiance one. My biggest problems with that version of the film, like I said before, was it just felt so they told the story so elongated, and like I don't feel like we needed to see Lemon go into the city and, you know, trying to figure everything out. Like all that, it just felt like fluff to me. This one feels a lot more compressed. It feels a lot more like a horror film. And I really like how it turns into basically a fucking suspenseful nightmare at the end. It's crazy. Like the whole third act in the film just feels like a giant nightmare to me. And it's effective. It's really effective to me. So The Ghost of Yeshua, 8 out of 10. Good film. Really, really good film. Now, this one I would like to see get a physical release because this is one I would definitely pick up and rewatch. So,
for sure.
Yeah.
JP, what'd you rate Jack the Ripper?
I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
7.5. All right. So, my number 7 is from the USA. It is directed by Roy Del Ruth. We have The Alligator People.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah,
I liked this one a lot more than I expected I was gonna.
Yeah. Yeah, this one, honestly, like, really kind of, like, rocked my world. I was kind of surprised. Like, I love how the entire movie is told basically just from the memory of this woman who is, like, suffering from amnesia, and she's, like, under hypnosis. So you're watching this whole movie, and it could be an unreliable narrator. You're not really sure, like, what's real, what's not. And that's what I like about it, because the movie itself is just so fantastical. I love the Louisiana setting. Like, that was, like, such, like, a breath of fresh air watching these movies. Like, I love seeing gators. Like, I love gators in my horror movies. Like, whether it's, like, Eaten Alive, X, Alligator itself. I love that shit. Lon Chaney in this movie. This is the only movie he's in this year that we watched, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He plays this crazy Cajun, like, one-armed man with a hook who hates gators, and in some scenes he's just, like, shooting them for no reason, just because he fucking hates them, and he's just laughing. And I
loved that guy so much.
He was so great in this movie, and he was such a piece of shit. He's also got, like, of course, like, rape qualities with him. And that was, like, something that I found, like, really, like, surprising. Like, he saves our woman from getting eaten by gators or getting whatever, like, swallowed up by the swamp. And he thinks that she has to repay him by having sex with him, which I thought was really cool for a 59 movie. But the mad scientist aspect of this movie, where they're taking basically alligator DNA to regenerate human limbs, is, like, super far-fetched, but I thought it was kind of cool. And the effects themselves, I thought, were on one end really decent, but on the other end, like, laughably bad. Because her husband, who's got, like, scaly skin and shit, I thought looked really good. Looked a lot better than, like, the movie from the 70s, I thought. But then, like, when shit hits the fan and, like, the guy actually has just, like, a rubber alligator head on top of his head, it just becomes super cheesy and hilarious to me. Yeah, I'll just talk about the ending. It's probably another, like, one of my favorite, like, weird, fucked up, like, unethical endings of anything I saw this year. Like I can't really explain it, but I can't explain it, but I love the way it ending. I just thought like at the like when the credits were rolling, I'm like, that's honestly really fucked up. And I feel like that's the only time I said that about any movie this year. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, like I recommend this movie. It's so weird. It's such a small little isolated tale in like Louisiana. It's got a cool like gothic mansion in it too. Just nice like Cajun flavor. I'm gonna give this one an 8 too.
Yeah, that one for me, I agree with you that like at the time that I watched it, I was just so relieved that it like the aesthetic was just different. And I also love like southern swampy locations as well. I actually really enjoyed that movie, despite giving it like, a 6.5 or whatever. I think that movie's really cool.
I think just being different goes a long way this year.
Yes.
I agree with that. I'm probably going to get to that too with one of my next couple picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I like that movie. It's fun.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Okay, so my number 6 is the Hound of Baskervilles.
Nice.
Which I had heard of before. Like I know that that's a Sherlock Holmes story that's like popular, and there's a few versions of it and stuff. I think it's even been on like parodied on like cartoons and stuff like that. But I've never really watched anything or read anything Sherlock Holmes. Like it's interesting how characters can like seep into popular culture where you might have never seen anything to do with them, but Sherlock Holmes, like Watson and stuff like that. I've never seen anything Sherlock Holmes. I've always known what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Not even The Great Mouse Detective?
I have seen that. Yes. That was my favorite Disney movie growing up.
That one's like actually on my watch list because of Vincent Price.
I've never seen that before.
It.
It's really solid. Vincent Price does a really good job.
I've seen so many like Vincent Price movies.
80s? Like early, like
I think it's 86. Yeah.
Maybe. He's in another one I want to see, The Thief and the Cobbler too, where he has a voice credit. I'm interested for like anything he's voicing in.
Yeah, so just like for an example here, there's over 20 film and television versions of this story.
Jeez.
The first one being German from 1914, and the last one being Elementary episode Hounded in 2016. Which is just wild that there's so many of these. But yeah, the 1959 version is probably the only thing I've ever seen. Directed by Terence Fisher, starring Peter Cushing. I agree. Would have liked to see a little bit more of Lee as well. Cushing. Yeah, it's a Hammer film. Moodz, this was on your list, correct?
Yep, this is my number 10.
Yeah, it has a really good atmosphere. When you look at like all the films that we've been talking about, you can tell that this one was like a studio picture. Like it looks like it has some money on the screen and stuff like that. It doesn't look quite as low budget as like. It's just a solid movie. I don't remember a whole lot about it, but I really enjoyed it. After watching it, I was like, I would actually be really interested in checking out some more Sherlock Holmes things, because it was, it's a mystery. It's a mystery movie, and that's kind of what Sherlock Holmes is all about. It's some dude with a pipe solving mysteries. Mm-hmm. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Ooh. Awesome.
All right.
Tyler.
My number 6. We're going to Mexico. Coming from director Fernando Mendez, I have The Black Pit of Dr. M. This was a really cool kind of Dr. Mad Scientist movie. And
I'm off on Tyler's number 2.
I'm out. I'm out on Tyler's number 2 also.
I'm still in on Tyler, everybody.
I'm in on everybody else.
Are you serious? Man.
This movie is really cool. Basically, you start with this conversation of like this like one doctor dying and they're arguing, but like you have to. He's like, you need to report back so we can both know the truth. And you don't really know what's going on, which makes it really, really interesting. Then you basically find out you have these 2 doctors that made a pact that when one dies, the other one will regenerate them, and so they can come and tell you about what happened on the other side, and they can both learn about the afterlife. And what I liked about this take on like the mad scientist genre is this really seems like the only one that like completely takes the science out of it in some aspects and goes into like the occult. And you get zombies, you get resurrections, you get a lot of really cool shit. Yeah, you get a lot of really cool shit in this movie. So the flavor in this movie is like off the charts. Being Mexican, it actually has like notable Mexican actors in it that you just like wouldn't know unless you were into Mexican movies at this time. But this actually is a really notable clue. So the acting is really good. This movie also was mixed like the S tier of people that knew what they were doing behind the camera with black and white. The shadows and the lighting in this movie and the blocking is really fucking good. Might even be honestly is probably the best of the year in terms of black and white cinematography, I'd say. At least visually, maybe like doesn't have as much movement as Experiment Evil, but it probably looks better, and this has a much better story than Experiment Evil. It's like a twist on something that's a little bit underexplored in this year compared to anything else. But yeah, I really like this movie. It's really dark too. Definitely on the downbeat endings of the year compared to all its contemporaries. It's got really good atmosphere. It's got good sets. This is where the movies start to feel more of that like kind of classic building block of horror to me. And this one was really good. Really, really great that this one had a nice transfer on it too, which does go a long way with this year as well. But I really like this one. I'm going to jump up to the 7.5 out of 10 range.
Shit. Crazy. All right.
You and JP are now neck and neck with 7.5s.
Yeah, I caught up.
All right. So my number 6 is William Castle's The Tingler. Definitely repeat. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of this film, man. I think it's great. I said, like, my favorite scene in this film, man, is like the scene where we get the blood in color. I love that shit. It's nonsensical, but I just absolutely love that gimmick that they did. It works so well for what the gimmick is in the movie already. It's great. I just think the premise in this film is very, very unique. It's something that's really never been explored after the fact too. I'm surprised that no one's ever really done something similar. We talked about it, possibly being remaked and not being remaked, but even the premise, of the whole idea of having this thing inside you, right? And the only way you can kind of repress it is by screaming. But it is a very mean-spirited film in terms of how they basically, I mean, the contrast in the film is so great though too, because it's basically about this dude and his wife that own this theater and run this theater, and they show like silent pictures, but his wife is actually a deaf mute. That contrast is great. It plays right into what the Tingler is and stuff. It's fantastic. It's a great setup. Some people might think it's a little bit cheesy, but I think it's actually a really, really good setup. Vincent Price is just fantastic in this film. It's like one of 2 films in 1959 that I think has actually got a very taboo subject matter in terms of subplot. Vincent Price has 2 different movies this year where his wives are raging piece of shits. And it's kind of funny actually, because in the 50s, if you know anything about like marriage in the 50s and stuff, like the divorce rate in the 50s was not very low. It wasn't very high. It's not like it is now. It's probably like, 30, 70, kind of thing. Back in those days, it was probably like 90, 10. You weren't getting divorced back in the fucking 50s. Even the infidelities and all that type of shit. Like, it just was something that wasn't really explored a lot, but it's funny that it's explored twice in the same year in a Vincent Price movie. It's kind of funny. Like, what is Vincent Price? He's the poster boy for, taboo-ness and, shitty ass wives and stuff. But I thought that was really interesting, kind of a thing to note. So it's one thing I did notice, but I love this. I think the premise of this film is fantastic. I love the whole cinema aspect. Like, I think it would be the coolest thing in the world to live above a cinema and run it. Would that not be the coolest thing in the world? Come on, man. Even if you're showing silent films, like, it's the fucking coolest thing.
You're going to have to watch shit like Hard Eyes. So, depends on
15 times in a run.
Whatever, man. You don't have to sit there and actually watch it. I just read a fucking book, read some Archie comics or some shit at that point, but be more enjoyable. But just living above a cinema and running, what a great gig that would be. But this movie is funny because it's a William Castle movie. You wouldn't think it'd be like that kind of like dark and kind of mean spirited, but in a sense, it kind of is. It kind of is. Like, what happens with the wife in this film is pretty mean spirited. You just kind of have to think about it. You're like, damn, dude, that's kind of fucked up. But really, really good stuff. I've always loved the whole premise of this film. I think it's very unique, but I think one of the coolest things, like I mentioned earlier too, was about Vincent Price. And I thought about it too myself, was if I really wanted to scare myself, and they actually explain this away within the film, Vincent Price is like, I'm an adult. Like, how do I get scared? Like, I'm not a teenager. I can't just lock myself in a room and, think crazy thoughts and get all scared and shit like that. I'm an adult. Like, what do I do? So what does he do? He gets some fucking acid, hence LSD, and takes it. I think that is, to be honest, if I was to take it, I've never actually done acid in my life. I was always scared to do it because I've had friends that had done it and they had some really bad trips and it just didn't look good. It really didn't look good. I've told the story on the podcast actually.
Like before. Shane McKay, damn it.
Yeah, I've told the story on the podcast once before. I had a buddy that took acid and we basically had to restrain him. It took 3 of us to restrain because he was going after the dad's shotgun and he was going to shoot himself. It was fucked. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. And ever since then, I was like, yeah, that's not for me. Not for me. So, but if you wanted to scare yourself, yeah, take some acid. So I think that's actually really interesting. Kind of, again, taboo subject matter within a film in the 50s. They weren't really doing a lot of that stuff. So yeah, pretty interesting. The Tingler, like I said, it's a little bit too big for what it is. It kind of looks like an overgrown centipede.
It looks like the bug from like Silent Night, Deadly Night 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is a fun film, man. I really enjoy it, man. Like, William Castle films are meant to be gimmicky. So if you know what you're getting yourself into, but the premise is there. Really good stuff. 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
All right. My number 6 is my first repeat of the night. It is Nobuo Nakagawa's The Lady Vampire. So yeah, I also really enjoyed this movie. I like the vampire lore because it was different. And we're just going to keep talking about how like things are different. So it's just unique and I like that. I liked how it was kind of like an amalgamation of like a werewolf and a vampire because he doesn't turn into a vampire unless he's specifically touched by moonlight, which I found interesting. And Shiro, the vampire, can also walk around in the daytime. But he looks cool as hell, too, because he's just walking around with like a nice silk white shirt. He's wearing sunglasses, which I don't ever remember seeing a vampire wearing sunglasses in a movie before this.
Nope. At night, during the day, inside, outside, sunglasses all the time.
Yeah, he just looked like a badass, honestly. One thing that I really liked about this is the fact that this is a contemporary movie. Like, I feel like I watched like 10 Japanese movies this year, and they pretty much all took place in like the 1600s, feudal Japan. But here we are, we have a movie that actually takes place in 1959. And honestly, it might be like one of the first ever like contemporary like Japanese horror movies. So that was a really nice breath of fresh air. The cinematography I thought was really interesting. I know we talked about it earlier, but there's like one specific shot in the movie that I thought was really effective. And it was when the vampire first like becomes a vampire and he attacks like a worker at the hotel that he's staying at. And the camera is basically like fixed on the floor. So you only see their feet. And he's like basically like chasing her around this room and she's screaming. And like if you're just watching it out of context, it's like it could be like a sexual assault and you wouldn't even know because he's like throwing her on the bed and shit too.
Yeah.
But I thought that was such an effective scene. But yeah, the way that it devolves from that just turns into like basically an American like horror movie at the end, I thought was really cool. I like Shiro the vampire's like group of weird little freak sidekicks that he has.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, like his little midget. He's got like a witch woman that he's got in his entourage. He's got like a bald muscle man in his little group that he takes around with him. I thought that was really cool. And just like the vamp action too, I thought was sweet. Like besides that, there's another scene where he basically goes in like berserker mode where he becomes a vampire and he just starts biting necks like crazy, like running the streets of like Tokyo, Japan. I think he like bit like 6 necks in that like one scene. I thought was really cool. But yeah, just the fact that it was so different, the fact that it was contemporary, it really just stood out to me and I really enjoyed this movie. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Dope.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack.
All right, my number. What the hell are we on now? My number 5, top 5, baby. We are in the top 5. Is a movie I'm actually surprised has not popped up on any other list. At this point, I don't think it will. But it's one that I've always really enjoyed. I actually like this whole franchise, and that is Return of the Fly from 1959. So yeah, Return of the Fly. It follows. It's actually kind of interesting when you look at The Fly 2. It's kind of almost like a remake of this, but different, because it does follow the son. So in Return of the Fly, we have the son of the original guy. Forget what his name was. This is Felipe. I don't know. He wants to basically vindicate his father's work, because, as we know in the first Fly, he was trying to create a machine that transports one thing from one side of the room to another, as Brandon would say. But yeah, like a teleportation device, which basically works kind of like the Wonka bar in Willy Wonka, where it like dematerializes the thing and then rematerializes it in the other machine. But the original Fly gets trapped in there, so the scientist, after testing it on himself, begins to have fly-like things go wrong with him. It's kind of funny because like it's like, okay, this happened again, but and they actually do a good job of like handling that. Like, how do you have that happen again? Well, you do it by like somebody being a dick. There's basically a spy who is working with the son, and he basically, out of just pure dickheadedness, puts a fly in there so that our lead becomes a fly as well. Also, we have Vincent Price returning, which is pretty cool. He plays the guy's uncle. He was in the first film. This is like the rare sequel that is in black and white, but the original was in color. It's kind of a thing.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's a good note right there. Yeah,
because that doesn't really happen too often.
It is weird, right? Yeah.
But yeah, so this one, the fly, I love the look at a fly, dude. It's just this giant fucking fly head that's like this big. It's so funny. Definitely more cheesy than the first film. Like the first film is like a classic, right? It's like one of the foundation sci-fi horror films. which is why it was remade into an amazing movie. But yeah, so I think this one is a lot of fun. It does have that like sequelitis where it just feels like a cash in a little bit, but I'm cool with that. This was released as a double feature with the Alligator People in the drive-ins, which is always pretty cool to see what films were paired together. So yeah,
that's a pretty dope pairing, honestly.
Yeah,
it's a good double feature.
Yep. Yeah, I like it. So yeah, this was the director who directed this. This was his last film, I think. It was Edwards Burns. And yeah, it is pretty cool movie. I actually like the whole series. I even like Curse of the Fly. I like obviously the 80s version, and then I even like the sequel to that, The Fly 2. So yeah, I give it a 7.5 out of 10 for Return of the Fly.
Return of the Fly.
Tyler.
All right. Number 5. Number 5. Okay, my number 5, going back to the USA after it's been like 4 picks. All right. I'm surprised I'm the first one to actually break the ice with this film, and it's a film we talked about last summer. It is Roger Corman's A Bucket of Blood.
Whoa, Bucket of Blood.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, this movie's what makes this movie stand out to me the most is this is like your pure like black comedy of the year.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely it's a black comedy take on a black cat story where you got Dick Miller who ends up in quite a predicament. I'm not going to go super into this since we have a whole review where we all talk about how much we like this movie. But yeah, this movie is good. I actually probably went up on it a little bit on the This was one of the few movies that I rewatched because it'd been so long that I didn't really know like where I was going to stack this up to movies I watched like a year later.
Dude, I'm actually struggling tonight because I didn't rewatch anything, and most of my picks right now have been things I've watched literally months ago.
Yeah, thankfully, a lot of my top picks were stuff that I probably watched in the last like 2 months. But yeah, this one stayed strong the whole time and actually moved up a little bit at the end. So yeah, this one's a lot of fun. Dick Miller's great. He's definitely one of my favorite characters of the year. This movie's a little bit sleazy too, which is kind of cool. Definitely like this. This is a good one though. I feel like this is one of the more core like Roger Corman movies. And then on a different day, this really could have even been higher. Give Bucket of Blood a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice.
7.5. Nice. All right. So coming in at my number, what are we on? Number 5. We're breaking into the top 5 here. We are going to go back to the UK for a film that actually has just been mentioned, and that is the Jack the Ripper, 1959. I really enjoy this movie, man. So I watched this movie a couple months back, and I watched the US version. No, I watched the British version. And then I rewatched this again, and I watched the I watched the Brit, and then I watched the UK or the American version. Yeah, that transfer. It's funny too because like I think the UK version it's in full screen, and then the American version is actually like in a different aspect ratio. It doesn't look as good, like transfer wise. So the elements that they use for that or whatever is like not as good. There's not really a lot of difference. There's a few scenes that are kind of different and stuff. It doesn't really make a big difference. I would suggest watching the actual UK version over the US one for sure. But of course, we did talk about it. There's a third cut of the film, which incorporates some nudity, which would have been a first for this year because I don't think I saw any titties in 1959 unless I missed some.
Nope.
So that's kind of an interesting tidbit of to note there. But but Jack the Ripper, man, this is a great film, man. I think it's honestly one of my favorite adaptations of the Jack the Ripper story in this case, it's kind of like a folklore thing because like we said before, it incorporates the real life Jack the Ripper elements, but then it fictionalizes the actual story in here. It's like a total made up story, but it does base it off of like the fact that they thought it was somebody that was probably a doctor. But it's really interesting, like, because this movie kind of plays out like a revenge story. It really does. Like, it's somebody that's out for revenge, essentially, you know. But it's good though, man. I think it's very atmospheric. The kills are kind of brutal. Like, it feels like we mentioned before, a giallo / kind of proto slasher type thing. There's a lot of really good elements to here, man. I think the lead in this film is she's fucking awesome, man. Like, she's so beautiful. What's her name, by the way? Who plays the lead in this film? It's like Betty McDowell.
No clue.
No, it's not her. I don't know. But anyway, she's totally awesome in this film. But yeah, you know, it's Jack the Ripper, man. I mean, we've talked about it. You know, it's got a surprising ending to the movie, which is kind of batshit for 1959. I gotta say, it's kind of one of the more hardcore kills of the entire year, to be honest, really. Yeah. So anyways, you know, Jack the Ripper, we've already talked about it. Not a whole lot more to say about it, but I give that one also an 8 out of 10. Good film. Really good film. Tony.
All right. So my number 5 has been brought up multiple times. It is Terrence Fisher's The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Yeah.
So yeah, not much more to be said about this one. Huge fan of Peter Cushing. I really love how like his version of Sherlock Holmes is like 100 steps ahead of everyone else. Like, there's like a line at the end of the movie after everything was like resolved where he like mentioned that he knew what it was like at like the 25-minute mark or something like that. I thought was hilarious. It was like a throwaway line or something that somebody said. He's like, that's one I knew right then and there. But yeah, the production design I really loved. I love like the whole like Moor location and the swampiness. I thought made for a good atmosphere. The mine I thought was a really good setting too. But yeah, I loved it, and I'm still really sad that Hammer didn't make any more Sherlock Holmes movies after this. I also give this an 8 out of 10.
I really don't understand why. It just seems right up their alley to do this.
I think probably just because they wanted to focus more on horror movies.
But like, why couldn't you just take the Sherlock Holmes character and continue along with the same type of narrative that they did in Baskerville, because it's considered a horror film? But why not incorporate that character and just make your own
a horror series?
A horror series. Yeah.
That'd be
I mean, it's
sick.
possible that maybe it didn't do well, you know. It's also possible that, you know, it's more expensive to get the rights to those stories if you know, I don't know if they were public domain or not or what, but there could be multiple reasons.
Yeah. It's kind of a shame.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Already back to me, huh?
Yep.
All right. So my next pick here is actually the last movie that I watched. I watched it today. And that is The Black Pit of Dr. M.
I knew it.
For my number 4. Yeah, I really like this movie. Moodz was right. It was pretty good. He talked about it on the podcast a while back. I love the idea that like it's sort of this like tale of, you know, should we even like, we're all going to know what happens when we die eventually, you know, theoretically. Should we really be looking into that? Like, it seems like something we shouldn't look into, right? Like, that's the concept of the movie a little bit. And I like how Tyler mentioned, you know, it gets like what starts as like science-y, it gets like occulty. The gallows scene was like actually like very frightening to me. I was just like, damn.
It was so coolly shot.
Yeah. And it just looked scary. Like, I'm just like, damn. But yeah, it has a lot of like good moody atmosphere, like in the like little courtyard outside of the building and stuff like that, which I always tend to enjoy. But yeah, I thought it was out of like narrative wise, I thought it was one of the cooler narratives of the year. I was just like really invested in where the story was going to go. And yeah, I give it, this is my 8, give it an 8 out of 10.
8.
All right. So that kicks it to me. Number 4. What was number 4 on my list?
Oh, no, it's your list, dog. Why are you asking?
Go on, Letterboxd. Oh my god, why is it? Okay, here we go. All right.
Let me ask you this: why did you not have the page open?
I did. I was still on Bucket of Blood, so I was like, "Oh shit!" and I clicked back.
You don't have like a list made?
No, I have a list. Then I click on the movie when it's time to talk about it, so I get the director name and all that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Just open a new tab, bro.
So, we're gonna go back to Japan. My number 4 is The Ghost of Yatsuya.
Son of a bitch.
Direct. Hold on.
I'm out on Tyler.
Hold on. Directed by Kenji Masumi.
Oh, I'm not out on Tyler.
I am. I put that as your number 2.
This is this is the Radiance one.
Ah,
what?
I'm not out on Tyler.
So crazy. I think this is the better one.
Oh, damn it. I'm out on Tyler.
Yep. Fuck, you just ruined it. Really? This is the better. What the fuck?
I'm out on Tyler again. I put Ghost of Yatsuya for both his number 1 and 2.
What a fucking little loser.
So here's the thing about so this one. The reason I think this is a stronger film is because
you're retarded.
No, this movie. It's a little bit more grounded.
A little bit more pretentious?
No, they're definitely the same level of pretentious. I would say the other one might even be a little bit more.
What do you mean more grounded? They're essentially the same movies, except
they are
for
the same movie, but I feel like
they're the same movies, except for the other one's better.
One's got more like life.
You didn't even watch this one. Let me just state my case.
I know I didn't watch it.
Lemon sucks more in this one, man. When he goes to the city, he's even more of a piece of shit in the city, man.
I know, that's why I like it. I think the people in this movie are like more real. And they're more cruel, and it's a little bit less fantastical. So it has more of an impact when this guy like starts like beating the shit out of his wife and stuff. This movie. It also
more wife beating.
I think this was shot a little bit better too. It has a lot. This one maybe it's the restoration on it really, but the Radiance restoration, whether you like the movie or not, is like beautiful. You get a lot of really big, vibrant colors out of this. You get a lot of great interiors. I thought the acting in this was great. It's a little bit slower paced, and it's a little bit more dramatic, and a little bit of a tighter build up in this one. But yeah, it's essentially the same movie. This version just felt a little bit more human to me. So it just left a harder impact on me than the other one. So shock of the night. I didn't think it was going to end up this way, but yeah, I like this one a little bit more. I'm going to stay with my 7.5 out of 10 though.
Shit. All right. So my number 4 is a film that has not been mentioned yet. And we are going to go to the glorious land of Italy for Riccardo Freda / Mario Bava's Kaltiki, the Immortal Monster. Pier Crickets. Nice.
Great movie. Love Kaltiki.
I like Kaltiki.
This is the real version of the Blob, in my opinion.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, this movie right here is like the Italian version of it's X the Unknown. It's very much like the X the Unknown, like the Blob, the Quatermass Experiment. It has all these kind of elements and stuff like that. Are you guys familiar with X the Unknown?
No, I've seen Quatermass.
I'm familiar with Quatermass.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, X the Unknown is fantastic. That's a great fucking movie, by the way. So check out that one.
Before you go ahead, I'm just going to go ahead and say my number 4 is also Kaltiki. So we can just we can bounce off each other for this one.
All right. So yeah, so Kaltiki is with those kind of movies already mentioned, you kind of know what you're getting yourself into here. It's kind of like a Blob kind of story. But of course, this movie is an Italian film that's set in Mexico, and it's basically about this micro bionic, whatever you want to call it, kind of substance, kind of blob thing that possibly took out this like whole Mayan city, basically, kind of thing. And you know, these archaeologists kind of come across this substance and stuff like that, and they start basically investigating it, kind of thing. It is really, honestly, man, this movie just screamed like, okay, so I tried to do a little bit of research on, you know, the Fredo kind of Bava thing with this film. And Ricardo Fredo even said that, like, you know, Mario Bava needed a break. He needed a break, and he always thought he could direct films and stuff like that. I was trying to figure out how much that Fredo actually directed in this film, and Mario Bava did. And from what I found, it seems like Mario Bava actually did quite a bit of this movie. So I always thought that he was just kind of like, you know, he may have done like a few scenes kind of thing. But
I assume that he did just all the special effects scenes just right off the bat.
Yeah, so he did, like, apparently he might have shot like the whole, like a lot of the third act, which kind of makes sense if you're given like the cinematography and the way it's shot and stuff like that. So it's pretty much unknown, but, you know, Fredo always said, like, you know, he apparently left the production because he's like, you know, Mario Bava needs a break. You know, he can direct films and like, fuck this. And so it's kind of up in the air, but like the whole product doesn't feel like it was done by two different directors. It feels very cohesive. It really does. This is a very, very atmospheric film. There's so many great fucking scenes in this film. Like, you cannot not talk about Kaltiki and mention the underwater scene that is in straight contrast to Dario Argento's Inferno, because rumor has it that Bava did that scene too, and I'm pretty fucking sure he shot this one in this film too. It's very similar. I would say Inferno's a little bit better, but obviously that's because it's later in his career. Actually, he shot that apparently right before he died of a heart attack. But it's like, it's so crazy. I love that underground scene, man. Or that underwater scene is just fantastic, man. It's really, really fantastic. But the effects in this movie are just great, man. I love the stop motion, the blob effects, the miniatures, all that type of shit that they use. It really is effective. Overall, this movie is shot brilliantly. It's great. I love the mythology. I love the whole aspect of, you know, the comet and what happens, right? There's this really great scene where one of the archaeologists gets the substance on his arm, and they try to figure out what the fuck this is, right? Because they're scientists, archaeologists, and stuff like that. And there's this comet that comes across and essentially helps the substance grow into what it is, right? And this is kind of relating back to what happened with the Mayan civilization back in the day. And this is pretty much what wiped it out anyways. And I love that whole thing. I love the whole mythology in the film. It's really, really good stuff. But this one just, man, it just tears by. Like, I forgot how much I love this movie. I'd watched it early in the prep and then rewatched it again yesterday. And I was like, damn, dude, this is a movie that wasn't in my top 10. And then when I rewatched it, I was like, this is on. It knocked out a film. And I was like, I love this movie. It's fucking fantastic. Like, I love The Blob. I love X the Unknown, which, guys, you have to see that movie. I think Scream Factory actually put out the Blu-ray of X the Unknown. It's really, really good stuff. Very similar. Very similar. Quatermass, really good film. But this one has its own style and merit, and I think it's just really, really good, man. I mean, honestly, the whole third act in this movie is super atmospheric. It's really good. It's got good pacing.
It's so badass.
It's just a fucking really badass film. Like, when I first watched this film, I think when the Blu-ray came out, 10, 15 years ago, whatever, I wasn't overly impressed. I loved the opening to the film. I thought there was a lot of really good things that were going on. I liked the story. I felt like the middle had dragged a little bit. It kind of dragged itself out, narrative wise, character wise, things that were going on. I wasn't really overly too enthralled in it. And then the third act hits and it's just like bonkers. It's fucking totally cool. And I was like, okay, it's a good film. But watching a couple times now, dude, this movie's awesome. Kaltiki, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated, like, kind of monster films or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what you call these films, right? Blob type, substance type films.
I almost feel like there's enough blob so it can be just its own little category.
Right. Again, like X Unknown.
But have you ever seen Beware the Blob?
Oh,
hell yeah.
God, dude, that movie.
I like Beware the Blob.
Dude, you're out of your mind.
Quatermass. Like these movies all kind of like, there's definitely like a very small kind of condensed kind of subgenre of horror films here, but all really good films, to be honest. I love this movie, man. 8.5 out of 10. What do you give this one, Tony?
I agree. It's really good. Like this was a first time watch for me, and it kind of just blew my mind how fucking sweet this movie was. Like you said, like the third act where Kaltiki is just like basically absorbing this mansion. It's just like the coolest thing. I was watching. I'm like, here I am watching this gothic ass mansion being swallowed by this blob, while this like woman in this like flowy nightgown is just running around like trying to save herself. I'm like, the 60s is literally upon us with this movie.
Yeah.
Moving from one end of the spectrum, which is like the big, like cosmic, like giant space monster thing, to the new thing, I thought was really cool. Another thing we didn't bring up was the early use of found footage in this movie.
Yeah.
Like when they show up to that Mayan camp and they like find the people's footage and watch it, I'm like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, why is nobody even talking about that? I thought that was such a cool, awesome aspect of this movie.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
The gore itself was just amazing. Like the face getting peeled off,
dude,
the guy's arm.
When he gets the whole fucking body gets absorbed and shit, you're like, damn, dude, that's actually pretty fucking effective. Like,
yeah,
it's gory,
hardcore.
Yeah, it's really good, really good. Yeah,
I love the subplot with the doctor that got his arm fucked up, who's like started like losing his fucking mind because he knows he's like dying and shit. And he starts like getting all these like weird sexual, like repressive like shits going and all this.
So weird.
It's so weird and out of place, but I love that it's there.
Yeah.
And then the whole like army shit at the end I thought was fun too. But yeah, 8 out of 10 on a first time watch. This movie fucking floored my ass.
Yeah, like it went up. Like I said, I watched it early in the prep because I was kind of excited to rewatch it. And then it went up for me when I watched it yesterday. I was like, man, dude, this movie's so good. And it's like, it's one of those films I'm completely baffled why more people don't talk about it, because I think it is the mystery of how much Freda did of this film and / Bava did of this movie. It's definitely a collabo, but I feel like, and the consensus is that Bava did a lot of the third act, which would kind of make sense cinematography wise. And also that underwater scene, like there's definitely scenes in this film that he had to have done. It's Bava stamped all over it, but it's incredible because it was like the first shit that he had done. It's incredible. Like when you take this, like that's the first stuff you directed. What the fuck?
Well, he was also like hired on as the cinematographer, right? Bava. So he pretty much just shot the entire movie.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
That's why it's so confusing.
Right. And then, yeah. So like, I mean, like I said, the story goes, Freda just like, hey, Bava could do this shit. He like, it literally says that he left the production, like abandoned it because he's like, Bava can do it. He's good.
That's awesome. Good on Ricardo Freda for that one.
That's so fucking wild, man. But either way, whatever the history is, whatever the facts are of who actually did what, it doesn't really matter. The end product here doesn't feel like Spookies. It doesn't feel like it's a mashup. It doesn't feel like it's a product of like rewrites and reshoots and 14 different directors. It feels very cohesive. The effects are amazing in this film. The story's awesome. The whole Maya thing, like I think they captured it really well. I mean, this is an Italian film that was shot in Italy, based in Mexico. And I think it looks like it was in Mexico for the most part. Like it's really, really well done. They, a lot of times when you're filming out of location, sometimes you kind of catch on. You're like, that doesn't really feel like it's supposed to be in Mexico. This one does. They did a good job. This is 1959. This is one of the very first Italian genre films ever done. Besides I Vampire, like this is like what, the second or third one? Really? It's amazing. This is actually one of the better monster films that Italy ever did. And it's super early. It's not talked about enough. And it probably should be on everyone's top 10 1959 list, but at least we have it right though. So Anyways,
Okay.
So JP, that's number 3.
And you guys rated that?
Yeah,
I gave it an 8.
8.5 for me. Yeah.
Okay. All right. My number 3 is a little movie called The Mummy. Has not popped up yet.
I'm out on JP's 2.
Really?
Yeah, that was my number 1 for you. That's the first hit I've taken.
What did I have?
Yeah. So
I'm out on JP too. I had The Mummy as number 1. Fuck.
Interesting.
He was hyped on it.
I was hyped on it. I really love this movie.
Actually, I'm out on Tony too. I just realized I picked Kel-Tiki as number 1.
I'm pretty
No
sure.
shit. Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure this also knocks the Radiance version of Gosu Yatsuya.
Fuck, so I'm out on everybody.
So
This is
I'm
crazy.
happy about that, honestly.
I'm actually out on Tony's number 2. I forgot to mention that way back. I had the Tingler as his number 2.
Damn, you were out on my first guess. That was like my fear is like doing that. Yeah, I'm completely out on Tyler. I've got JP's 1 left, and I still got all of Moodz left.
Yeah, I'm completely out on Tyler. I have all the Moodz left, and I'm still in on Tony's number 1. But yeah, The Mummy. So there's a few versions of The Mummy out there, right? Like you have the 99 Brendan Fraser one, which I actually really like. And then you have how many are there? 5 Universal ones or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which I'm not even a fan of those, like any of them.
I love the first one. I think
the first one's
great.
okay. It's okay.
I think it's good.
There's not enough mummy action, dude. It's just like one scene of him walking in his little bandages.
I'm kind of not a big fan of the Universal one.
Yeah.
Oh, this Hammer one is
this
100% superior. 100%
right. Yeah.
superior.
This shit got mummy action all.
Well, this movie's better than the entire Universal franchise of the Mummy films.
Yeah. I'd never seen this or like the other 2 Hammer ones. But this always has pissed me off because this came out on Blu-ray years and years ago, and it's never had like a re-release, and it's just annoyed the shit out of me because I don't own it.
No, I have it on this 4-pack.
Annoyingly expensive.
I have to watch it on this one. It's like
even
it's
that
a nice
4-pack is out of print. It has been out of print for years.
Oh, really? Yeah,
years and years. Yeah, but I think it's like such a cool. It got like great sets. It got like great. The Mummy looks great. It's just you don't really like out of all like the like classic monsters. I feel like the Mummy has been like the least like done one. Even though technically Creature from the Black Lagoon kind of is, but we've seen so many like rip-offs of that where like nobody makes mummy movies anymore. And I just think they're cool. Like I love the Egyptian shit. Yeah.
We just had a Tom Cruise one, right?
Oh god, that thing sucked so bad, bro.
I skipped that one.
I didn't even watch it. I never watched it.
But like I just think that like there's so much room for like these movies, and I love like the Egyptian, like first of all, Egypt in general just so like mysterious and like interesting, right? Like the pyramids and stuff. It's just such a fascinating like mystery that I think that the mummy stuff just works so well. And yeah, this one in particular, like we get tons of like mummy strangling and just, you know, mummy shit. Has good opening. First time watch, and I was like, damn, this shit was good. So yeah, it was actually my number 2 for a really long time. So good guess, Tony.
Damn.
But I give it an 8. 8. Yes, 8 out of 10.
All right. My number 3. This one has been talked about quite a bit tonight, and it is William Castle's The Tingler.
Damn, number 3?
Yeah,
number
that's
3
high.
on The Tingler.
It's high for you.
Yeah.
Was this? Did you see this before?
No, this is the first time watch.
Yeah, I thought that was one of them.
Yeah. So I was actually, when this year rolled out, this was one of the movies I was like definitely excited to see. I'm a big Vincent Price fan. And yeah, this movie was talked about today. So just to add what I really liked about it was, for me, the gimmick is like fantastic. I loved when it came full circle in the theater and they were all just screaming in the dark like they did in the prelude, and that made me so happy. It's like this is brilliant.
I'm telling you, if you guys ever see that shit like with a group, it'll just put a smile on your face because obviously the people going to see that are like fans of movies and cinema, so they all just like, really like that, like lean into the gimmick, and it made me smile so hard whenever I saw it at the drive-in. You just heard screams from all different parts of the darkness. It was just the coolest.
Yeah.
Tyler, what was your number 4 again?
Ghost of Yatsuya.
The shit one.
The Radiance one.
That was your number.
Radiance.
What was your number 5 then?
Number 5 was Bucket of Blood.
Oh, right. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
I knew there was a different film in there.
Yeah. So, Tingler's just a blast. I was really, really happy to see it. Vincent Price is like the big horror icon of the year for me. He's super charismatic in this. Even the monster just works for me. It's got like, this movie preleads itself with some of the quirk, and that's why I was kind of saying earlier in the show that I feel like this movie is like a product of its time. I don't know how well like this movie would come out like in sort of a modern adaptation to it, but really like this movie for the time capsule it is. Would definitely watch this again. I would definitely pick up that Scream Factory Blu-ray if I could at a reasonable price. I think it was great. 7.5 out of 10.
Dopeness.
Nice. All right. My number, what are we on? 3.
Three.
My number 3 is also The Mummy, directed by Terrence Fisher, of course, starring the legends Peter Cushing, Christopher Lee. It's interesting, man. Christopher Lee just coming off of like doing Dracula ends up playing The Mummy. It's crazy. I actually read though, like, a little bit of his like walk and his limp and stuff like that was actually due to the fact that like he was actually injured. So he actually wasn't completely acting with his limp and shit.
It's called typecasting.
I'm like, that's pretty cool. I love this movie, man. It is such a beautifully shot film. It's fucking so great, man. I honestly think this might be one of the best Mummy movies. And I mean, there's not like a huge pool to choose from. But like, if you guys were to compile a list of like Mummy films and stuff, like where would this one actually stack up?
Number 1.
Top 3.
Honestly, yeah. I can't think of a Mummy movie I'm like actually like really impressed by. This might be close to the top.
There's only one I can think of that I would put over it.
What's that?
Is it Dawn of the Mummy?
Yeah.
Really?
That's exactly it. Yeah. That's my favorite Mummy
movie.
Like
this might be number 1 by default.
I love Dawn of the Mummy too. It's so like it's an oddball film. It's like sleazy, but it's like I don't know. It's
I've never seen that.
And it's got zombies in it. And it's an Italian zombie movie with mummies, so it's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I would definitely put that up there in mine. But yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite like Mummy films of all time, man. I mean, dude, the story is fucking great. I just love Christopher Lee as the Mummy. He plays it so well. He really does. I mean, it's for the most part, non-speaking role. There is flashbacks of like his character development and like why he ends up being the Mummy and stuff like that. I think it's really well done. So that's pretty cool. It's actually quite a bit of really good backstory. Kind of explains everything and stuff. But the whole movie, man, it's great. It's great. We already talked about the Mummy. So when does it take? It takes place in like. It's like in the late 1800s, right? 1895?
I think it's the early 1900s, like 1920-ish. I mean, honestly, it really doesn't matter. It is a period piece.
Yeah, I think it's the late 1800s. I was just trying to think of. I think it is. You could be right, though. I don't know. I think it's whatever. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
But really, really good film, man. And it's like one of those rare, like when you're prepping for 1959, it's funny because like 95% of the films are black and white. And then when you watch that one color one, you're like, damn.
Yeah, it pops. Especially this one because it has like cool sets and like
dude,
beautiful like Egyptian art and artifacts.
Oh my god,
shit.
dude! Like the scenes that they obviously built for the film, like the the sets and shit like that, look really cool. I love those fucking like that scene where they uncover the the princess. Dude, the colors, man! Oh my god, it just looks so fucking cool. It's amazing. It really does look good. It's really awesome. So, yeah, The Mummy all around, really good film. Obviously acted amazing. It's shot really well. It's probably, like I said, it's one of the best mummy films ever made. So, in my opinion, and I'll give The Mummy a 9 out of 10. It's really, really good.
Nice.
So, if you've never seen the Hammer version of The Mummy, give it a shot, man. Here you go. Highly regarded.
How are the sequels, The Shroud and The Tomb or whatever?
I like them. I actually like them too. They're not as good as this one, but they're decent. Yeah.
I haven't seen them.
Yeah, a couple years ago, I was on this huge like Hammer quest, and I was watching everything. I watched all the Dracula films, all the Frankenstein films, all the Mummy films, like just in a matter of like in a row. And honestly, never got bored for 1 minute.
Not even 1 minute? Did you watch Dracula 1972 AD?
Of course, the 4 minutes that Christopher Lee has screen time in that film.
Because I'm pretty sure there's at least a boring minute in that movie.
Dude, that movie was kind of like a cash grab. Like he's literally in the film for, I think it's like 4.5, 5 minutes. It's like a Hellraiser thing, barely in the film. So, but yeah, The Mummy, awesome stuff.
All right. Number 3. So my number 3 has been mentioned multiple times. It is Fernando Mendez's The Black Pit of Dr. M. I agree with Tyler that this is probably the best shot movie when it comes to black and white. Like I feel like every 3 seconds I was just like amazed at how fucking incredible this movie looks. And that Blu-ray from, what was it, Powerhouse Indicator just looks amazing.
Yeah, that Blu-ray I picked up like literally last week for $13. It was on Amazon.
That's a really good price, man. I picked up the Mexican box set from Powerhouse, but I actually have the old Panic House, which is the sublabel of Synapse DVD of that film, and it looks really good too. So obviously good prints were used.
But yeah, I pretty much agree with everything everybody said. I love the asylum as a setting. I thought it was just so cool, and they used it to like, I don't know, such a strong degree. Like, setting the shots up in like the corridors and like you said, the courtyards, the chapels, like there's so many just random little areas and that they just like maximized this place. It was just so cool. I love that the movie takes the kitchen sink approach where they literally throw everything about you, but everything honestly works in this movie, which is insane just because it's just so batshit crazy. I love the whole like mad scientists obsessed with like the afterlife aspect of movies. Like it always reminds me of movies like Martyrs, and my number one of 1936, like The Walking Dead starring Boris Karloff, also had those like same ideas in that. So that's like always something that I've really liked. Just like the twists and like what happens in this movie, it honestly like makes me feel like this could have been a Tales from the Crypt movie if you just put the title over it. Like it literally has that feel. Like it could just exist in like the EC Comics world, this movie.
Right. I feel that.
But yeah, like this is the highest ranked first time watch for me this year. And I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10.
Man, I'm so happy this movie's getting love, man, because I've been a fan of this movie for so long. And I always hyped it. I mean, I didn't overhype it because I wasn't sure how people are going to receive it, but it's pretty awesome that people are actually loving this shit now. So that's good.
Sounds like
it's legit.
Like this could be the only movie to possibly make a clean sweep.
Yeah. I'm so fucking happy that people are able to like, I mean, it's been around. Like I said, the Panic House DVD came out fucking 20 years ago, bro. But no one, I don't think that Panic House was all like Mexican films. It was like The Living Coffin. It was like it was like 7 of them. It was like that era of like, Mexican films. And I remember bringing this up a couple times. I know Tom is a big fan of this film too.
I feel like people didn't really like like the collecting of that people were doing back then was like very minor compared to how it is now. Like if that would have came out now, I bet more people would know about it.
I mean,
I wasn't even collecting back then, probably.
Yeah.
It's crazy that Fernando Mendes had 3 movies this year. And honestly, like this movie is just like head and shoulders above the other 2, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Living Coffin as well.
Yeah, Living Coffin did pretty reasonable in my list.
Yeah. All right, is it me?
Yep.
Actually, very surprised this movie has not been mentioned yet, but that is the 1959 classic directed by William Castle, House on Haunted Hill.
Yes, I got it.
You got
I'm out on
2?
JP.
I got JP's number 2.
I got JP's number 2 also. Yeah.
That was my one pick for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What can I say about House on Haunted Hill? First of all, one of my favorite scenes ever, and I never even seen this movie before, but I remember seeing it on Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments.
Yeah, I saw it on there too.
Yeah, bro.
That's not that scary.
Dude, yeah, right. That shit scared the shit out of me.
Was it the acid bath scene or just the skeleton scene coming out?
It was the lady like in the chair.
Oh, the
like,
jump scare.
Yeah, the way
where she
just,
turns and she's like in her
by the
face
screen.
and then just like rides a skateboard away.
Dude,
Yeah.
that scared the fuck out of me as a kid when I saw it the first time.
The
I agree
housekeepers
with
or whatever they are. Yeah,
Dude, that shit scared me watching people talk about that scene. Like,
dude, it's always been one of my
that
favorite
show
scenes.
scared me
It's great.
too, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think that one got to me, but there's some things on that show that definitely like got to me.
dude, I love that. That's one of that Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments is one of like the foundations of like my horror fandom. Like that.
Did you see like the second part of it? And number 1 was A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
That opened like the door of curiosity. Like, whoa, I gotta see this movie. This looks fucked up.
JP hates that movie, so that's kind of funny actually.
Yeah.
You need to rewatch that shit, bro.
But no, it was just like, dude, I love that Bravo's that showed me so many movies like Serpent and the Rainbow, just like stuff that I had never seen before. Zombie, that was the first time I heard about Zombie. See, I had already seen like a lot of the American
that
ones.
showed me Suspiria. That was a big one because I remember that was scary as hell. They like did the thing where they like had the voiceover and the skull and the skeleton swung around.
Yeah, dude.
The big one that really got introduced to me was Audition.
That one too, yeah. Yeah, Audition.
I knew about that because there was an emo band like in the early 2000s that had their name like based off that movie, and I saw in an interview like we get our name from this Japanese horror movie that's just disturbed all of Japan.
House on Haunted Hill is one of those movies that I actually have never seen from start to finish, but I've seen so many like clips, and I've even like just it turned on like some public access TV show or something, and it would be like quarter way through or something. That I pretty much watching the movie, I felt like I had seen the entire thing already, just from years of seeing clips and different things about it.
When was the first time you actually watched this movie?
Like a couple days ago.
Isn't that crazy?
What? You've never seen House on Haunted Hill until like? Okay, what?
Like
that's such a massive blind spot.
Dude, that is literally the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. I've seen House on Haunted Hill so many times I couldn't even tell you.
Fucking Tingler, and I'm the craziest.
But House on Haunted Hill is like a staple horror film. Like it's literally, I thought even non-horror films.
Is House on Haunted Hill more popular than The Tingler?
Absolutely,
really,
100%.
House on Haunted Hill is like this is a bona fide like seminal classic.
It's like saying to people that you've never seen Halloween or like Friday the 13th. In my opinion, it's very staple. It's just a staple film.
The Tingler has 18,000 logs. How many logs do you think House on Haunted Hill has?
19,000. 86,000.
At least 10 times that.
It has 86,000.
86,000. That just holy fuck.
So this would not qualify as a hidden gem.
It doesn't qualify. No, of course. Why? What the fuck? No.
Dude, the funny thing about House on the Haunted Hill, what House on?
So you've seen the remake before the original, then?
many times.
I did.
before the
Yeah.
Oh
original.
my god, that is so fucking this conversation.
The funniest thing,
I've known
like
you for
13
so
when I
long,
saw
and I
that.
did not know you'd
I
never
was
seen
like
House on
13
Haunted Hill.
when I
That's
saw that, though.
insane.
Like, I wasn't gonna watch this movie when I was 13.
I was like
Let's
8
be
years
real.
old when I saw the remake of House on Haunted
Dude,
Hill.
it is so good. It's so good.
I know. I love the remake. It is so good.
What the fuck? Stop with the remake.
So the funny thing about
The remake is good.
The funny thing about the original House on Haunted Hill is like that he's like, I'll give you $10,000 if you stay overnight in this house, and it's like isn't it like $1 million in the remake?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I looked it up in the inflation calculator. $10,000 in 1959 is $110,000 in today's money.
So in 98 or 99, that's a lot of money, $1 million.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh yeah. But I actually still prefer the remake to this movie, although I did love this movie.
What the fuck? My mind is blown. My shitter. I just shit all over my chair. Can't even believe what I'm hearing.
That actually hurt to hear.
It's crazy.
Dude, come on.
I think he's trolling.
I'm not. I'm being honest.
I don't think he is either.
You are going to catch so much shit on this episode for not seeing House on Haunted Hill before.
He grew up with the remake. I get it.
I grew up with the remake. I love the remake. The sequel to the remake is not as entertaining, I'll tell you that.
But House on Haunted Hill was like one of those films that was everywhere. It was always on
I
TV.
pretty much seen it
always
without
on
seeing
TV.
it, dude. Like I've literally have seen so many like what ran into it like while it was on TV or like on some like fucking horror host thing, because I used to watch all kind of like horror hosts from on YouTube when back when you could actually upload that shit and it didn't get pulled. I spent so much time watching like horror host stuff back when I first like started getting on YouTube and stuff. But anyway, yeah, House on Haunted Hill, man, this is a really fun movie. I think that like the cool thing about William Castle was he just was a entertainer, man. Like he just cared about entertaining people so much. Obviously cared about making money as well, but like he really cared about the like art of movie going, we see that with like his gimmicks and stuff like that. He just wanted it to be fun and scary. And I really, really appreciate that, because this movie is hella fun. And it has like every little like cliche, but it's like such a fun little, like you never feel like eye rolly about it. You know what I mean?
But it's 1959 though. Like when they were doing the film, it was still probably pretty fresh.
I mean, we were like a lot of this stuff has been done before. Like some of the scares and shit has been. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, pre 1959, maybe not so much. I mean, I think it's still pretty original for its time. Obviously, it's hard to take it out of context, right? Because like, I mean, like you said, and you've seen Vincent this movie
Price
before.
Is like perfect in this role too.
Dude, literally every single line that he spits in this movie is memorable. He's so fucking good in every.
The banter between him and his wife is so fucking funny. But the part
it's his fourth wife,
right? He's all like, "Don't let the ghouls and the ghosts get you," and she's like, "The only ghoul in this house is you."
It's funny, right? Like I brought this up before about how Vincent Price is like he had two shitty wives in the same year. Like it's such a taboo thing in the 50s, but man, his wife sucked. He had shitty ass wives in 1959, man. It's crazy.
So anyway, I give House on Haunted Hill 8 out of 10. I imagine it's on one of you guys' list, right? Has to be.
I don't even like the movie.
The movie sucks. All right. Making a second appearance on the list, my number 2 is William Castle's House on Haunted Hill.
Damn.
I've seen this movie a few times before. This has probably been about 5 years since I last saw it. And I've liked the movie, but I never had the same appreciation I had for this movie until this viewing. It's really like this just like shadowy, like Hitchcockian thriller with some ghosty ambiguity to it. But one thing, my big takeaway this time, and this is just like how you'll watch things over a period of years, and then you'll go back to something, you'll see things completely differently. So watching this time, a person I noticed that I never noticed before was Elijah Cook. And Elijah Cook is the one who really steals this movie for me. He plays just the old like clairvoyant drunk that kind of has his moments throughout the movie. And he's one of my favorite character actors of all time. He's in some of my favorite movies of all time, like The Maltese Falcon, Rosemary's Baby, The Killing, The Big Sleep. He was in a ton of westerns. He was in a lot of horror movies. He was a big part in Messiah of Evil getting made. He's in that movie too. He's in Salem's Lot. He's an all-time great character actor. He had a long career, and he's like one of those real like behind-the-scenes hidden heroes of horror. And he just does such a fantastic job in this movie. And I just really love how he has that final moment at the end of this movie where he says, now there's 13 of them. And he layers this like layer of ambiguity over the movie that was just like this like gotcha gimmicky thing over and over. Everybody does a great job. It's like almost, it kind of reminds me of like the game Clue where everybody has like a unique character. Vincent Price is fantastic. It's a murder mystery just like that game, like I said before. Vincent Price is the big horror icon of the year for me. The Bat was very close to making my list as well. So putting Vincent Price in your movie does a lot for me, apparently. But yeah, this was great. This hopscotched a few movies and ended up higher than I thought it was gonna. Coming in at 8 out of 10.
Tyler, what you said about like how when you've seen a movie a few times, sometimes you like hyper focus on something that you haven't before. Yeah. I love that about movies that you like, where you'll start watching it for like the 5th time, and then like just for fun, you'll like pay extra close attention to a character or something that normally you don't, and then like it opens up some like new love that you found.
Yeah, exactly. Like, last time I saw this, I probably had no idea who that was. I would have just not really even recognized them. And now he's like someone I see in a movie or I see him in like a cast list somewhere. I'm like, hell yeah.
Is that the guy who's portrayed by Chris Kattan in the remake?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, which I always
thought amazing.
I always thought that was like some of the weirdest fucking casting ever. So you're going to take this great character actor and you're going to replace him with Chris Kattan, who probably should have never been in the remake. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'll never forget it, man. When I saw the cast listing for the remake and I saw Chris Kattan on there, I literally was like, so it's a comedy. It's just like a straight up comedy then.
Judging by how stupid the ending was, I think it was a comedy.
Yeah, it pissed me right off. I'm like, Chris Kattan.
What, them sitting on like the tower?
No, fucking Chris Kattan's ghost, like opening the gate.
Yeah, open the gate.
Fucking
the last
stupid.
second to
Yeah,
save
it's
him.
fucking whatever. But.
Stop hating.
And that's so crazy thinking about the ending of the remake and then thinking about just the ending of the original, just how like completely different everything is.
You know what? To be fair, I have not watched that remake in like 10 years. So I don't even know if I would
leave it in your memory.
Yeah, don't even bother.
I have great memories of watching it when I was a kid, though, and being scared.
Keep it that way.
Yeah, after watching this one, you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, dude, what the fuck?" I mean, you just can't replace these characters, dude. So good. So my go. My number 2 is also House on Haunted Hill.
Oh shit! I got Moodz 100%.
Me too. I think
I got Moodz too. I think
unless he does some crazy surprise with his number 1.
I think I might have gotten told.
There's a couple little things. Obviously, Vincent Price is my favorite actor of all time, and this is one of the movies that kind of solidified it for me growing up watching this film and like just realizing that you can do characters like this. Like the way he spits his lines, dude. I'm just like, I'm enthralled every single time he speaks. It's amazing. Some people might find it cheesy. I don't think it is at all. I think it's kind of crazy to think that it is, but I've heard people say it. I'm like, no, it's not cheesy at all. He's just really fucking good at what he does. But there's like these little things in the film, like the opening when like, you know, like you got the guests coming in they're approaching the place in hearse.
I like the little coffins with the
guns. And that's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
The coffins with the guns is like these little things within the film are so fucking amazing to me. I love those things. But like the whole mystery and like how it all kind of reverts around, like you think it's going one way and then it goes this way and shit like that. And like one thing about House on on Haunted Hill that's always cracked me up is like you can clearly see the the wires and shit like that, but then when it's revealed that he's actually doing the wires, just like
it's such an elaborate, stupid little fucking like contraption.
Dude, it's absolutely absurd and ridiculous, but they show you that and you're just like, oh my god, this is so amazing. It's so amazing.
It looks like the fucking like the Wizard of Oz, like behind the curtain, like pulling the strings. It's like that type of absurdity.
Right. It is totally true, man. Totally true. Yeah, House on Haunted Hill is like one of those classic films that like I could watch over and over again. Like I literally watch this movie. Fuck, I mean to watch a couple
it's
times.
So short too, 75 minutes.
I think that was something that always attracted it to me at first, just because also it was a notable movie, and I saw the runtime, and it's like it's very approachable.
Isn't the remake like over 100 minutes? Like it's
almost
way
2 hours,
longer.
I think.
Yeah. It's almost So they really fucking go overboard. And I think that was.
Listen, I'm not gonna just keep taking this remake hate.
But dude, come on, man! You can They made a 75-minute film with actual character development and made everything so well done in 75 minutes. Why do you need a 2-hour film with the same story?
Because it has real ghosts.
Yeah, it's like that Abomination 13 Ghosts, man, that came out. That remake
Dude,
of 13
come on.
Ghosts.
13 Ghosts is legitimately great.
Yeah, I'm on JP's.
I would rather watch
13
the
Ghosts
William
kicks
Castle.
major ass.
I'm watching 13 Ghosts. I've never liked it, and I've mentioned many times on this film or on this podcast that I cannot get behind the remake of 13 Ghosts. For some reason,
it's so
the
cool.
effects on the ghosts, dude, drive me fucking nuts. That movie just it's like a product of its time, and I hated that time of remakes for some reason because a lot of those things that came out, I'm just like, fuck.
That was
I have grown to like some of them.
Shit, when I was a kid, and I fucking should have left it in my memory.
Dude, I saw that movie like 3 times in the theater. I loved it so much.
I love how all the ghosts have like deep backstories.
Yeah, that was
me too. I love their looks, the prosthetic.
That's the thing. I don't like the look of the ghost. I just.
But I think there's a lot more practicals in there than you're giving it credit for.
It's been a while. I mean, I did rewatch it when the Scream Factory put out the Blu-ray, so I discarded my DVD. I grabbed that, and I was like, I was still underwhelmed by it, though. I was like, oh fuck, what did I do?
Yeah.
Also, it's not 13 Ghosts; it's 13 Ghosts.
Yeah,
because it's got the name in the title. Love that stupid cliche.
Yeah.
House on Haunted Hill is classic, man. It's amazing. It's really good stuff. I'm glad that Tyler brought up the character actor. Fuck, he's so good in everything, man. That guy's really good. Really, really good stuff. It's a perfect film for me, man. 10 out of 10.
Yo, 10 out of 10.
There's nothing wrong
Tyler
with this movie.
rate it?
There's nothing wrong with the movie for me, man.
8.
Yeah. Tony's
what did I rate it?
You rated it an 8. Tony's about to come in with a 9, though, I think. That's my guess.
Well, I'd hate to be the spoil of the party here, but my number 2 is also House on Haunted Hill.
Yes, I got it.
I had that as Tony's number 1.
Tony, what was your number 5? What was your number 5 movie?
Hound of the Baskervilles.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree with everything all you guys said.
Even me?
Yeah, of course. I do like the remake too. I like the remake for its cheesiness. Like, obviously, it's honestly just a completely different movie than this. So it's
really
hard to even compare.
It just takes the general concept.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just love the pacing of this movie. There's so many like random little twists and turns. Like, it's like the fastest 75 minutes of your life. Like, this is like the definition of like an early popcorn movie. Like, this is, I think, probably like a staple in my household. We used to watch this all the time in October. And I've probably seen this movie a million times growing up.
Yeah.
There's so many just iconic scenes in this movie. Like the old lady housekeeper you already talked about. Just the skeleton coming out of the vat of acid is like one of those movies or one of those scenes that's just going to be like burned into my memory for the rest of my entire life.
I always love when they throw the fucking little dead rat in there. It always cracks me up, man.
I love the fact that this house just has a fully functioning vat of acid just chilling in the basement.
Yeah, right, right.
Who the fuck puts that in their fucking house?
Yeah.
But yeah, everything's iconic. I agree with everything everybody said, and Tyler's right. I'm giving this a 9 out of 10.
Oof, man.
All right. I feel like I got your number one then. I feel like I got Moodz as number one now too.
I would be shocked if I didn't have Moodz number one now.
I am completely in the dark when it comes to JP and Tyler's number ones.
Why?
I'm out on both of you.
I'm always the easiest, I feel, and then
you guys are overthinking it with me.
Well, I was
get my number one.
I had your 3 as your 2 and your 2 as your 1, so I was like 1 away.
Yeah, that's what I was more worried I was going to do, because I went House on Haunted Hill all around for number 2, but I was nervous someone was going to flop it on me.
Okay, so I guess what do you think my number one is?
I think it's The Tingler at this point.
Yeah, that's honestly a good bet. Let me look at this list.
It's the Black Pit, man. Oh no, you already did that.
I already had that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it is a Tingler. Shit.
It could be Kaltiki. Is it?
All
okay.
Right. Yeah, it is the Tingler. I love the fucking Tingler. What the fuck? Whenever we went into this, just looking at the films, I was like, Tingler is most likely going to be my number one. Because unless House on Haunted Hill like blew my socks off more than the Tingler does. I just think the Tingler is like the most creative, like cool, like fun movie that's out of the bunch. Like I think that the idea that there's this like fucking little parasite that's attached to everyone's spine, but it feeds on our fear, but our like screams basically subdue it, is just like such a cool, weird, like fun little idea. And then the fact that you actually get to see the Tingler and it's like this nasty looking like centipede thing. Maybe it's a little too big. I don't know. The human back is pretty big. I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be big. It's got to be big to crush the spine, right?
Yeah, I don't know how doctors wouldn't eventually found it. Like maybe they could have threw in like after the person dies, it like exits the body or something, you know.
I always perceived it as like it's super small, but like as you get scared, it like grows real quick.
Yeah. I think that's the idea, that one's like much bigger than the typical one because it actually.
I assume it just shrunk when you died. It just went back to what it always was.
Yeah, maybe that.
Or maybe it dies with you. Who knows?
Yeah. But like the very first, so I saw this one time on TV when I was like, I don't know, like 15 or something, and I really enjoyed it. I just thought it was dope. It was when I first when I was like a real like younger kid. So I grew up with watching black and white movies because my TV was a black and white TV, so it didn't have color. So I watched a bunch of movies that weren't in black and white. So sometimes I actually forget, like for a while I would forget like, oh, that's not a black and white movie. I just watched it in black and white. But then when I finally got out of having to watch things in black and white, like I hated black and white because I was like, it was horrible my whole life, but having to watch colored shit in black and white. But then I started appreciating it later and getting nostalgic for it. So I went back and watched like a lot of like the black and white movies of the past when I was like, I don't know, like 15 or something. And I started watching like a bunch of, I'm surprised I never actually got that House on Haunted Hill since it was such a popular one. But the Tingler was one that I watched and I loved it then. And then a couple years ago, good many years ago at this point, me and Carly watched it at the drive-in with like a bunch of people. And like, just the fact that like all these horror fans like leaned into the gimmick, and it was just, it was so like, it just put the biggest smile on my face that like all, like you would just hear screams from all over the place, like during that scene where it would be like, ah! Like, and it's just like, it was so cool, dude. And I was like, anybody who lives around here probably thinks we're complete retards. But I thought that was so fun. And I just love like the sciencey aspect of it. And honestly, like the Tingler, like animatron or puppet or whatever, you could see the string in the movie. I don't know if you guys.
Oh, yeah, you can see the string a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see the string pretty well in this. But I just think it looks like cool and creepy, and I like the movie theater aspect and like how it ties into being able to like Like it's like in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6, where they're like, whenever the character puts on the glasses, so do you. It's like that type of thing where it's like it's happening in the movie, so you're supposed to like it's supposed to happen outside the movie too. And like Vincent Price is like talking to the theater goers, but he's like talking to you as well. You know, it's cool. So yeah, I love the Tingler. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Your number one's an 8. Wow, crazy. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Tyler.
Here we go. We're going to make one final trip to Japan. From director Nobuo Nakagawa. It is The Ghost of Yatsuya.
Oh, so you fucking...
You lied.
I was trolling.
You honey dicked us, you little motherfucker.
All right, so I got your number one. I specifically put the directors against like...
It's funny when you said that too, because I actually, for the longest time, this was going to be my 1-2. Then I watched The Tingler, which was the first time I watched that jump hop them, and then watching House on Haunted Hill like jump hop.
So I got Tyler's number one, so I picked this for sure.
Yeah, with like JP said off The Tingler, when we got 1959, I was pretty certain this was my number one. I already seen this movie. I'm already a fan of this director. It's Japanese golden age. Clearly, it was never not this movie. This movie, all the things I said about the other movie, I actually do think are true, except that it's not a better movie than this one. This movie is a better pace than that movie. And it doesn't matter. And although it's less grounded, the images you get of this and like the dark reds and like the use of like hell, it's so fucking good. And it's way beyond what anybody else was doing at the time. This one gets in and out. It cuts the story where it needs to. Although I do like what the extra we got in the other one. This one is just better, basically. In every angle. This is actually a movie that was on my short list for hidden gems this season. So flipping 59 knocked that off of my little hidden gems short list. But yeah, this movie's great. I randomly watched this one day like 2 years ago because it was short and I had some time to kill. Yeah, great film. I would love a physical. Maybe a box set from this guy since they have all his movies on the channel. 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I would love to see that box set, man. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right. Number one, The Black Pit of Dr. M.
Got Moodz is number one right, Tyler's number one right, and I lost on 10.
Yeah, because I'm so bad at like spilling the beans. I'm like, man, I love this movie. I'm always like talking about my shit. I'm like, fuck.
I'm out on everything except JP's number one. I mean, I'm in on everything except.
What'd you have for my number one?
I got you right. No, I'm in on everything but JP. I got your 1 and 2.
Oh, one. Okay.
Yeah, and I got JP's 2, and I got Tony's.
So who got my number one wrong?
Wait, are we already on Moodz?
Yeah,
yep.
Nobody got your number one wrong.
What'd you rate Ghost of Yotsuya?
8.
Okay, and of course, Moodz is number one as The Black Pit of Dr. M.
Yeah. I think this movie right here, man, is the best written film of the year. The writing is fantastic, man. It's got like so many good twists and turns, and you're just like, damn, dude, that's fucking pretty sweet. But it is shot. I agree. It's definitely one of my favorite shot films of the year. My favorite scene of 1959 is the fucking scene where Dr. Matsui is being hung, and the way they shot it from the overhang, like the over top. And that's overhang, but like from the top, and it's looking down on it, and it's so atmospheric, and it's like in the middle of this like courtyard and shit. And you're just like, damn, dude, it's fucking awesome, man. It's amazing. Like that scene just sticks out like a sore thumb. But this whole movie is super atmospheric through the whole thing. I think it's a really interesting thing because it's set in like in an asylum, but the asylum kind of like I want to call them cages, really, because like that's what I feel like they are. It's cells. Like they're cells, but like they're in an outdoor corridor. You ever notice that in the film that they're like in an outdoor corridor? It's like so weird. I've never seen anything like that.
It's almost like they're like being stabled.
Yeah, that's exactly how I perceive it, man. It's really strange, but like the whole setup to this film, it gets right into it, man. Like we have this doctor who's dying on a bed. We have this other doctor. He's like, yeah, okay, so we have this deal, and like when you die, you need to come back, and blah blah blah. So my thoughts are for you guys. I have a question. So do you perceive this film as potentially almost like a revenge film, considering how and where it goes? Or because what would his motivations be to do this to someone if they just had like this verbal agreement and like, I'm going to come back and do some shit?
He's trying to warn him.
Yeah, I think it's more of a warning just because he like specifically says like when and where this is going to happen. And he's basically just telling him, don't fuck around with this shit.
Right. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
this shit is
Good.
bad.
Good. Because I've heard people say it was like,
Yes.
I was like, no, it's like not what it is at all. But yeah, it's pretty interesting, man. I love the whole clues throughout the whole film. Like this whole setup, like your destiny is going to be filled on November 15th, at this time at 9:00 at night and stuff like that. And it's like the whole build up to it is like, it's super suspenseful to me. I really love it, man. It's just fantastic, man. Really, really good writing. There's a little bit of like a love kind of story that kind of develops in the middle of the film, but they don't go too far with it. And I'm glad they don't, because the middle of the part of the film, you're just like, okay, cool. It is what it is. But it gets away from it, and then they kind of come back to it a little bit. But it's nothing too over the top. I mean, I know you guys like your love shit, but I'm not like a big love person. So.
I agree that whole aspect was pretty lame. It didn't really lead to much.
It doesn't, man, because they really kind of abandon the whole idea. They really do, and you actually don't even see the girl for a while until like the third act. It's like it kind of disappears and stuff like that. It doesn't really affect my shit, man. I think this movie is fantastic, but like there's some really cool reveals, man. But like I like how they do the film though. Like they don't beat around the bush. They give it to you, and it's very easy to understand of what's going on. It's like that whole kind of like, if you want to dabble into this occult shit, if you want to figure out what's going on, you might end up in the wrong body. Kind of thing. I love the whole aspect, right? Like it's phenomenal to me how it goes down. Like when I first watched this film, like so many years ago, I was like, oh goddamn, this is like amazing, right? I couldn't believe what I was seeing, because is there any other films from 1959 that are written as well as this? Like there's so many good twists and turns, and there's so many things that are going on that are just like, oh my God, it's really good. For me, it's a 10 out of 10. I love this movie. The Blu-ray looks phenomenal.
Wasn't good.
Even like the old DVD looked really good. So obviously the prints were pristine on this. But number one film of the year, man, for myself is a Mexican film. I mean, who would have thought, really? In fact, I think out of my whole top 10, I only have, I think, 3 films from the US.
Yeah, I have 3.
Yeah, a lot of UK films. I mean, obviously UK was kind of ruling in those days. Like Hammer was killing it, right? So, but we got some Mexican stuff. We got Italian. We got Japanese. Yeah, good stuff.
I got 4. I got 4 US.
I also have 4.
I got
have
House.
3 Japanese movies though.
I got House, The Tingler, and Four Skulls are the only US.
I had a damn double William Castle top 2.
Yeah, you definitely did that for sure. All right, Tony.
All right.
Number 1.
What do y'all have guessed for my number 1?
Bucket of Blood.
That dude, honestly, that's the only thing I could come up with too.
I had for Tony.
The Mummy?
I had Kaltiki.
That's right. Well, Tyler is right. It is Roger Corman's classic, A Bucket of Blood.
What the fuck is... You didn't even have Kaltiki on your list, bro.
Yeah, he did.
What are you talking about?
He went back to back with you, bro.
Oh, number 4. Yeah, right. So we're the only 2 that had it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you
and
guys
Tyler
talked
are the only
about
2
this
that
at
had
great
Bucket
length.
of Blood.
Yeah.
Was there... Okay. Interesting. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this movie a lot of times, and I love it. I love Dick Miller's character, Walter Paisley, how he's just like a half-retarded little busboy at this like little speakeasy, like beatnik, like art cafe. Columbus, the city I live in, is like super like big into like their art culture, and we have one of the bigger art schools in the entire country in CCAD. So I've been around all these fucking pretentious like art nerds like for so long. So like the fact that this movie is just like stereotyping all these like specific art geeks and shit and just making fun of them has always just like made me laugh. Like a movie like this, it like reminds me of like Murder Party from like 2007. It's like almost the same thing, but they're like making fun of like the hipster.
Yeah. That's actually good.
The hipster arts. But I just love how stupid Dick Miller is in this movie, how he just so hopelessly wants to be a good artist. And I love that, like, how he just stumbles into like killing the cat on accident. And I love like when he pulls the cat out of the wall, it looks like it's been dead for like 2 months because it's like completely stiff and just covered in cobwebs and shit. But I know we've talked about this also tonight about like all the crazy like proto-slashery moments that have been happening in these movies.
Yep.
And it's really weird to me too, because like people have these conversations all the time about like what the first slasher is, and almost everybody's always like Psycho or like Peeping Tom and shit like that. But honestly, there's like between Jack the Ripper, Bucket of Blood, Horrors of the Black Museum, like to me, like there's multiple proto slashers from this year, because you got Dick Miller, he's killing people with a frying pan, he's strangling people, he's buzzsawing people's fucking heads off, like he's literally going out and like committing these atrocities. And I love that shit, and I just love how all these like art geeks are just basically coming all over themselves because they love this stupid art so much. And the ending of this movie is honestly my favorite ending of any of the movies this year, because it's basically just because the stamp that the like one of the art geeks says, because he's like, well, I'm just gonna spoil it because I don't even fucking care. It's one of the more popular movies of the year, where Dick Miller basically the shit hits the fan and he hangs himself at the end. And like one of the art guys comes in, he's like, I believe he would have called this one The Hanging Man.
Yeah.
His ultimate masterpiece. And it's like roll credits. It's like that's such a stupid fucking like art stereotype thing that people would actually do.
Right.
Like this movie I thought was the funniest of the year, and I just have such a blast watching it. I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10.
And it's like really dope to see Dick Miller in like a lead role.
Right, and he fucking kills it. Like I wish he had more.
Yeah. Did you watch the Joe Bob episode of this?
No. I watched it before that happened. I was kind of upset, and I'm like, well, I don't feel like watching it again.
Man, it's like a perfect satire on the whole beatnik thing from that.
Yeah,
time
he talks
period
a
and
lot
stuff.
about beatniks, and he like does such a good job of like
It's like honestly, like I rewatched this movie yesterday because I just wanted to rewatch it just to make sure, you know, whatever. And honestly, Dick Miller's really good in the film. Like he plays a perfect fucking retard. Like, I mean, he's really good in the film.
He's just so stupid.
He's so naive and he's so dumb. Like it's just it's kind of funny, but like the whole movie is like honestly the best parts of the film for myself are the artistic areas of the film, like the satire of these fucking beatniks that are they're just better than you. You know, like, but like one of my favorite characters in the film is kind of like an underplayed character where he's just like, yo, man, what did you just say? He's like, you didn't hear what he said. He's like, nah, man. He doesn't say I'm faded, but he's like, I'm far gone. Cause he's all on heroin, right? Because they literally talk about like how, well, there's that whole setup with the whole heroin thing and stuff like that. But like, it's such an interesting film. Like there's so many subtleties within the film that are pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I really, this movie was actually in my top 10 all year. It was in my top 10 all year.
Yeah, it was in mine for a while too.
Yeah. And it kind of got bumped out, man. After rewatch Keltiki, my whole list changed. Like everything got all fucked up. And then, but yeah, Bucket of Blood is actually pretty good. It's a quick watch too. What is it, like 70 minutes, maybe, if that?
Not even. It's like 66 minutes.
Yeah, dude, it's short as hell. And it gets right to the point. Long. I think Dick Miller was super underutilized as an actor. It sucks that he never got more leading roles because like every time he was in a film, it was always so great. Of course, we're prepping for 1992, and there's this great fucking scene in Evil Tunes where he it correlates to this too, which you guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, when he's watching Bucket of Blood,
and he's like, "How did this guy not win an Academy Award?" And it's fucking great. And he's watching Bucket of Blood, and it's fucking awesome. It's a great.
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, it's awesome, dude. It's so good.
One other character I really liked in Bucket of Blood was the owner of the actual art cafe, because early on he figures out like his scheme because he accidentally knocks like a chip off the cat and he notices the hair. But the best part about it is that he doesn't fucking do anything about it, just because his art is now,
that's
like,
kind of a commentary.
So
that's kind of a commentary on the hypocrisy of art people, how they do it for the art, or do it for the love of art or whatever. But it's really it's really a commentary on capitalism. He's really willing to. He just wants the money out of this. He knows he has something good going and he can make some good money. Like, it plays right into the end when he's like, the guy ends up giving this dude $500 for the shit. And he's like, oh. He ends up giving Dick Miller $50. He's like, I got $50 for my shit. Like, it's crazy, but he still has $450 sitting in his pocket, kind of thing. It's kind of a commentary on how they're hypocrites. Art people are hypocrites. They say they do this shit for the love of art, but it's all about capitalism. In the end of the day, they want to sell their shit for big time money. And he knew that this was wrong, but he wasn't going to exploit that. He wasn't not going to say anything because he was going to make a shit ton of money off it, man. It's great. Yeah. It's actually really, really fucking good. And it's very relative to today. It's all art. The art community has always been like religion to me. There's a bunch of hypocrisies and it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Whatever. I don't care. I've never understood art, so I can sit here. I'm going to diss it all day, but
I love art.
No, it's bullshit, dude. It's all subjective. Like, what people pay for in art and stuff, like what you think is good, next person might think is total shit.
Right. It's like what dumbass was there to create the rules on what's like considered good or not. You know what I mean? Like, what made him the authority?
But it's all fucking personal taste. It's just what you like. Like, what I like. Like, I don't think Van Gogh paintings are actually good. I don't like them at all. But that's just me. I just don't want a Van Gogh painting in my house. I'm just not a fan of his paintings.
And I think that Public Enemy sucks dick.
Dude, you've never even listened to Public. Like, you're just talking out your fucking ass. You're
telling me I've never listened to Public Enemy?
You haven't.
Dude, yes, I have.
No, you haven't. You haven't.
Bro, I was literally listening to Public Enemy earlier. They're in fucking Tony Hawk.
Oh my God, stop. On Tony Hawk, like, that's just fucking... That's
it was Public Enemy and Anthrax, Bring the Noise.
Right.
Yeah. Soap on a rope, dog.
Jesus Christ.
I totally just bit my lip and I'm actually bleeding.
No,
I'm bleeding from that.
So in terms of points, if you were to give 1 point for guessing a number one and a half point for guessing someone's number two, where's everybody at?
I got everything right except JP's number one.
You got my number two right?
Yeah.
You got Moodz' number one and two.
I think I got two number twos. That was it.
I got Tyler's number one, and I got all of Moodz. Completely bombed on JP.
So I'm completely out then.
So Tyler wins then.
Yeah, Tyler wins.
Woo! You said you wouldn't win, Tyler. You lied to me.
Well, I went.
What a surprise! I did the worst out of everybody.
I went House on. I kind of felt like there was no way I was getting House on Haunted Hill second all around right.
Dude, you literally said pre-game, you're like, I give up. I'm just giving this one to everybody. And like, you end up winning. This is fucking bullshit.
I was right.
So if you guys want to talk about any honorable mentions or anything, Tyler, what do you want to add or subtract?
I'm gonna double up on 64.
I don't think there's any year that I would subtract here, man. Like, I would double up, yeah.
Okay. You guys want to talk about honorable mentions while I put this together?
Stats too.
Yeah, for me, a couple films that weren't mentioned tonight was 4D Man. I think that's a really fun film. In fact, I actually gave that one an 8 out of 10 also. Highly recommend 4D Man. You can get it from Kino. Really good stuff. Invisible Invaders, another Kino release. Fantastic sci-fi, kind of horror film. I think it's really cool. The Angry Red Planet, which was surprisingly vacant from all of our lists. That's crazy to me. I thought for sure that might make someone's list. I highly recommend that one. I think that's pretty cool. That's probably it, really. What do you guys got?
My next five. just missed the list. I got Hounds of Baskerville at number 11. I got The Bat at number 12. I got The Angry Red Planet at number 13.
Yeah.
I have Jack the Ripper at 14. And I have Terror in the Midnight Sun at 15.
So you like Jack the Ripper. That's cool.
That's so insane. You had Terror in the Midnight Sun so high. I love it.
It's literally one of my bottom. It's one of my bottom films. I thought it was horrible.
It's my number 50 out of 52.
Bro. That's crazy.
Dude, I think
you guys don't like Yetis and Bigfoots or Mama.
I thought it was so cool.
It's so boring. It's so fucking boring, and there's no Yeti in it, man. Fuck.
He's a big guy. I like it.
Nah, it's honestly it's a Swedish film, but it's in English, right? From what I remember.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's in English.
Yeah.
What about you, Tony?
So my 11 through 20, the ones that haven't been talked about. We mentioned The Bat already. I also really like that one. Cool little whodunit, little mystery, and a little gothic mansion. The Wasp Woman I thought was really cool. Another Roger Corman movie.
We actually reviewed that.
16, yeah.
It was a bonus show that we did last summer in prep for this, and we did the Wasp.
You said it's a 60 movie?
Corman died.
No, that was my 16.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Where are we at here? 40 Man, Manster, Angry Red Planet. Okay, so the last one I'm going to talk about is The Fellowship of the Frog. Did you guys watch that one?
No, you got me.
No.
So
it sounds animated.
So that one is basically
fake.
It's the first regarded like German krimi movie, which is like it's a crime movie. It's kind of like a predecessor to the Giallo movies in Italy. So the krimi is primarily written by a crime author named Edgar Wallace. And there's a big era of movies in Germany that was like this. And the killer was always wearing like outlandish costumes and shit like that. Just whodunit, stuff like that. Films. Yeah, so Fellowship of the Frog, it's basically about like a crime syndicate of these like guys with these like crazy frog masks that are going around and killing people, which I thought was really cool. Like that's what it looks like, if you can see that. But yeah, that was a fun movie too. It's not listed as a horror movie, but since like krimi and like Giallo kind of like live in the same world, I watched that one and I really enjoyed it. That was my 20.
Okay. For me, there were like about 5-6 movies that I was bummed that didn't get to put on the list. My very next movie, my number 11, was A Bucket of Blood, so just missed out on my list because
I was shocked. Me and Tony were the only ones that have that on our list.
I had to have Killer Shrews. I had to. Number 12 was like Kaltiki, the Immortal Monster. I also really like that one. And then The Angry Red Planet was right there. That movie was tons of fun. I like how they really like leaned into trying to make Mars look like a different planet, which was cool. 4D Man, I also agree with Moodz that movie was really fun. And The Alligator People, and then The Giant Behemoth. But Alligator People, I really would have loved to have on my list, but just not enough spaces.
I didn't list mine in order, but like my number 11 was 4D Man. Then it was Invaders, Bucket of Blood, Curse of the Undead, Horrors of the Black Museum, The Angry Red Planet. And then, so I think that's 15, whatever. But yeah.
Cool. Okay. So do you guys want to?
I got some stats for us.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask you about the stats.
Oh, okay.
You got that?
Stats it is.
All right. So here we go. Start with lists. So I had the list with the most unique titles with 4. JP had the second with 3. Tony and Moodz both had 2 unique titles per list. Let's see.
What? JP, I only had 2 unique titles?
Yep. Your 2 unique titles were the 4 Schools of Jonathan Drake and The Giant Behemoth.
Who had the most unique titles?
Right. I had 4.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because you had Ghosts of...
How many did I have?
You have 3.
Nobody had Curse of Undead?
No.
Nah.
Okay, so that was one of the titles that actually got bounced out of my list. I had that forever in my top 10. Yeah.
JP and Tony had 4 titles that were the same. JP and Moodz had 5 titles were the same, and JP and myself had 4 titles that were the same. Moodz and myself. Moodz and myself had 3 titles that were the same. Tony and myself had 5 titles that were the same, and Tony and Moodz had 3 titles that were the same. Down to the top 10 by points. In 10th place, The Lady Vampire with 8 points. Jack the Ripper with 10 points in 9th place. 8th place, Hounds of Baskerville with 12 points.
What a bunch of fucking losers.
In 7th place with 14 points. Bucket of Blood and The Mummy tied at 5th and 6th place for 16 points. 4th place, Ghost of Yatsuya at 17 points. 3rd place, The Tingler with 24 points. 2nd place, The Black Pit of Dr. M with 30 points. And 1st place, House on Haunted Hill with 36 points.
Wow.
The 4 films to hit all the lists were Ghost of Yatsuya, House on Haunted Hill, The Tingler, and Black Pit of Dr. M. Hounds of Baskerville was the sole film to make 3 lists, then making 2 lists apiece. Lady Vampire, Jack the Ripper, Kaltiki, The Mummy, and Bucket of Blood. 11 films made 1 list: The Killer Shrews, Curse of the Dead, Return of the Fly, 4 Skulls of Jonathan Drake, Turn of the Screw, The Head, Experiment in Evil, The Behemoth, Horrors of the Black Museum, The Alligator People, and Ghosts of Yatsuya.
That's actually crazy. There was 11 films that were only unique to one list.
Yeah.
And it was like all on the back halves.
That's fucking wild.
That's why I figured, like, all my unique, like, my list, like, from the top half is really similar. It's just my first, like, 3 out of 4 movies are unique to my list.
I'm actually quite surprised I was the only one that had The Four Skulls of Jonathan Drake. Because I
did like that movie.
I'm a big fan, too.
I think it's a really good film, to be honest. Like, it's fun. But
it's a solid year.
I'm actually surprised that there was that much variety, honestly. I thought there would be a lot more crossover than there was. I mean, obviously there was a lot of crossover, but like that was actually pretty spread out.
Yeah. But a good year, man. 59's a great year.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Yeah. It's funny though, like what were we at? Tyler's number 1 was an 8. My number 1 was an 8.5. What was you guys's?
10 and 9, right?
My number 1 and 2 were 10s.
We didn't get any Hall of Famers, right?
No.
So wait, Black Pit of Dr. M never, because I gave it a 10. So what were the other ratings? Was there no 2 9s?
I gave it an 8.
Yeah.
I gave it a 9. So
falls short. 27 points.
I had 7.5.
How is Haunted Hill
8.5?
How is House on Haunted Hill not in the Hall of Fame? I don't get that.
They both gave it an 8.
10, 9, 8.
What?
Yeah. 27
points. It seems crazy. Like we're never gonna be able to ever like have that film in the Hall of that's like House on Haunted Film is like a Hall of Fame film. That's crazy.
I mean, it's possible I could go up on a rewatch down the road. We could do the franchise. All 3 of them.
Wow, this might be the first top 10 show that we've ever done that we never had a top or a Hall of Famer.
No, I think we've had it.
Is it happened before?
Didn't have one at 36.
I don't think we had one 41 either.
Did Wolfman make it?
I only gave it an 8, so I can't imagine how it did.
Yeah, because I think.
I guess in the red. Yeah, I'm thinking like the other ones, but yeah,
I think we've actually not had a ultra retro show have a Hall of Famer yet. So
yeah, last year my number. Actually, all 3 years my number 1's been an 8.
Damn.
Yeah, I think I might have had a 9 on Wolfman, but it might have been an 8.5. Anyway, so do you guys want to find out what the next year is?
Fuck yeah, we do.
Yes.
All right, so as per usual, we have a randomizer here. I did actually read into, because it always seems like we get the same things. I did read into a little bit how these randomizers typically work, and they're not really truly random. They're usually using like time, like what time of day it is with like some algorithm or something. So that could be. It's not truly random. That's all I'm gonna say. But so since we did the 30, since we did the 40, we just keep going with that format. So the only ones left that we have not done would be the 60s. So after the 60s, then the 30s, 40s, and 50s will be eligible once again. As of right now, we're in the 60s, and we are not including 1969 because we lumped that in with our modern shows, 1970, 70 and above. So the eligible title years are 1960, 1961, 1962, 1963, 1964, 1965, 1966, 1967, and 1964 Part 2, because Tyler doubled up for winning. So, what do you have there? Like a 2 in 9 chance to get that?
2 in 9. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you guys
2 and
ready?
7, isn't it? Isn't it 2 and 7? Or I don't like.
There's
math.
9 total years. Well, 9 total options.
Right.
So you guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Drum roll, please. Nobody ever actually gives me the drum roll when I say it.
I was doing it, but I don't think you guys can hear it. I think it's cut out by the system.
All right, let's roll. What did I almost guarantee that 1964 doesn't get picked because it never happens.
Well, it'd probably be 62 or 66 because you guys always do the 6s and the 2s.
Yeah, we never get early
I'm
years,
guessing at 1962. That's my guess.
In post, I'll actually put the drum roll in if I remember. Remind me.
We've never had a 7, right?
Never a 7.
Yeah.
No.
Never a 7.
But then
fucking crazy.
Chances are we'll get 1997 next time.
Yeah, like we've almost done like all the 2s, I think.
Yeah.
2002, fucking 1992, fucking 1982, 72. It's got to be 62.
So
all
weird.
Right, enough suspense. Let's do it. 1964. Holy shit! It worked.
Yeah,
the first time that's
got
worked.
64. That's insanity. That's insanity.
What a banger!
What do we have? Is it a good year now?
Oh, we got we have Honourable, Quieten, Blood and Blacklist, Mask of Red Death, Last Man on Earth, Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte.
Skipped at Midnight. I'll Take Your Soul, you little loser.
Yeah, because I don't know what it's called. I just hovered back over it. At Midnight, I'll Take Your Soul. Search Straight Jacket. Tumologia. 2000 Maniacs. The Gorgon. Castle of Blood. Dead Ringer. Waiting in a Cage. The Evil Frankenstein. The Long Hair of Death. Children of the Damned. Dogger. The Incredibly Strange Creatures Who Stopped Living in something. Oh my god, what a title.
And became what? That has to be like a fucking.
They stopped living and became mixed up zombies.
Oh my god!
What the fuck? Yeah,
the Curse of the Mummy's Tomb,
and also in this year we got Woman in the Dunes. So I'm fucking stoked.
The Horror at Party Beach, Crypt of the Vampire, The Creeping Terror.
It's funny, man. Like one of my hidden gems is from this year, The Devil Doll.
The Castle of the Living Dead, Witchcraft, The Flesh Eaters.
So JP, you get to watch The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb. The Mummy's Tomb.
Blood Drinkers, The Devil's Stairway, Ghost of Sira.
Oh man,
The Curse of the Living Corpse.
This is like
fucking Witchcraft.
It definitely has like a few like really good movies at the top. Like I would be surprised if we didn't get a Hall of Famer.
So you doubled up on 64. This was the year?
Yep.
So
why would you not double up on 60?
So Tyler's number one. Quaden and Anababa are definitely at the top of his. This is so.
Woman in the Dunes. Woman in the Dunes is listed as thriller drama. Woman in the Dunes is this year.
All right, so
I'm not watching.
I'm just clicking on horror. So, but.
Yeah, there's some. Obviously, we'll have to cross-reference with IMDb. But
dude, another one from The Flesh Eaters is another one from this year that was one of my hidden gems.
We also have that damn Moth versus Godzilla.
Yeah, right.
We got Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
Oh my god,
that's not listed as horror, is it?
Sci-fi.
Oh my gosh!
I went
can't
over to
watch
sci-fi
another Santa Claus movie.
Oh, you don't like that?
Dude,
no, I do.
That one's ridiculous, man.
And I would definitely watch that in December, not wait till fucking April this time.
Let's see what else.
So when you guys sort, like, are you just doing horror and what? What other?
I did horror, then I go cross-reference other things.
That's the same thing that I do.
So I just press horror, but like what?
I just know Woman in the Dunes is this year. That's why I didn't have to.
So what does it come under? Thriller or mystery?
Thriller or drama.
You also have Hitchcock's Marnie. I believe that's.
I hate clicking too many. It never seems to work properly for me.
Because when you do too many at once, it's I think it filters by if it's listed as those three things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is fucking that's bunk.
There's actually a lot of movies that I haven't seen here, so
The Nightwalker's cool. Scream Factory, I think, put out that one too. So, but Children of the Damned, fuck yeah, man. Blood and Black Lace, fuck, I can see. There's definitely some films that are making top 10 lists here. Oh my god, this year's not even fucking.
What's the other which one's the Children of the Damned and what? Isn't that a sequel?
That's a sequel, yeah.
Village of the Damned. That one's better.
Have you guys seen Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte? That movie's like great too.
No, is that a Kino?
Really good movie.
It's like out of print Kino. It's the sequel to Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. It's like completely unrelated, but it's like part of like a
like the Crone horror thing.
I'm excited to rewatch The Mosque of Red Death, man, because that movie's got so much symbolism. Which we talked about in a review. It's great. Straight Jacket. Is that Joan Crawford? Yeah,
Joan Crawford. Yep,
good stuff.
I think we reviewed that one on the show before.
Yeah, and I talked about like the symbolism with the colors and stuff. Like it was like intentional.
Yeah, the Coffin Joe movie and Dead Ringer, I think, are my big blind spots.
2000 Maniacs.
My big blind spot for that one is
dude, The Earth Dies Screaming. That's fun. The Long Hair of Death. I love that movie.
Maybe that would be my blind spot if you count that.
The Incredibly Strange Creatures Who Stopped Living and Became Mixed Up Zombies. Greatest title ever.
Tuma Ligeria, whatever. I haven't seen that.
Nigeria. Great film.
Is 2000 Maniacs, is that the fucking Herschel Lewis?
That's the Herschel Gordon Lewis.
Yeah, I've actually never seen that.
I've never seen that either.
It's better than the fucking remake. The remake.
I've seen the remake.
Yeah.
Blood Diner?
Remake.
No, 2001
Maniacs. 2000 Maniacs with Robert.
You guys don't like 2001 Maniacs for the remake? That movie is awesome.
That movie rules. You guys suck.
Yeah, probably. I probably.
You got Terrence Fisher back in the fold.
Oh yeah, that's a 2005 movie.
Ooh, Sergio Corbucci and Antonio Margheriti made a horror movie together. That's pretty cool.
So we're pretty much have a year to do this. So
yeah,
I own 24.
Oh, I own tons of these movies, man.
I don't think I own any. 1, 2, 3,
6, 7, 8. 9.
This is easy prep for me.
6.
Easy prep.
I only own 9, I think.
7, 8.
But 3 of them are behind me, so that's a good sign.
I own like
Criterion shit, man.
Yeah, I get 3 Criterions.
Dude, oh my god.
I'm just excited that y'all have to watch Woman in the Dunes now.
I'm not watching it specifically because that.
Because you keep talking about it.
Because you keep trying to make me watch it. It's probably
that was my plan all along. Make everybody watch it.
So what is that listed as? Because it's not listed as a horror film. So
it's listed as thriller drama.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Which means it's definitely going to be the most pretentious on the list.
Yeah.
Oh, probably. Actually, Unabomber and Quaden are on this.
Dude, it is funny, man, how many of our picks from the first Hidden Gem show are on this year.
Unabomber is excellent.
Woman in the Dunes is 2.5 hours long.
Like, this is literally 3 of our picks.
Dude, you're
a
fuckhead. 2.5 hours. What the hell's wrong with you?
One of the greatest movies ever made.
Woman in the Dunes.
Well, I mean, Kwai Dan is 3 hours long.
Hell yeah.
I want to see Woman in the Dunes.
I'm not watching Kwai Dan again.
Oh, I love Kwai Dan.
I'll watch the fucking first, what's the one, the Ice Woman? I'll watch that.
Bro, you got to do the prep properly, man.
I don't, dude. That movie is way too fucking up its own ass and long. The first segment is legitimately awesome. Should have just been that.
I can't wait to rewatch Annababa. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that movie's good. I like that one a lot. The Quiet-In's the anthology, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All three of those. Uno Bob, The Woman, The Dunes of Quiet. I've probably
What's
seen
the second story?
3 times a piece. What's up?
What's the second story in that movie?
The second story is The Blizzard Queen. The first
At least
one
we get a couple more Vincent Price movies, man.
What's
Last
the first
Night on Earth,
one?
which I
The
fucking
Hair.
love.
Okay.
Monster
Both
Red
of those
Dead,
are
I love.
good. Okay, I was wrong. There's 2 great segments in that, and then the third one, it's fucking horrible.
The third one's my favorite one.
Of course it is.
Yeah, there's lots of good films here.
Don and Ellie gave it a 2.5. That's funny.
It's okay to be wrong.
Now you guys get to watch The Flesh Eaters.
Hell yeah.
What's that?
What do you think? 64 for 64?
That was on my Hidden Gems first thing.
And Devil Doll, right?
And Devil Doll.
And Devil Doll, yep.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna not start prepping on this for a while. I struggled with remembering the titles because I watched them too early.
Yeah.
I watched my entire top 10 in the last few days.
I just
didn't
love
log
the
anything because I didn't want you guys checking out my shit to see what my movies were. I haven't logged anything in like a week.
Oh, dude, I'm so behind. I have like 30 movies to log.
I'm all caught up.
What?
I said I'm all caught up on my logs.
How do you even keep track of that shit? Do you like write down the movies and then log them?
I do just use memory. That's why I miss a lot of shit, but I used to write them down. I need to start going back to
if
that.
I'm gonna be prepping and I don't want to log my shit till they see it, like everything's written down.
Yeah, if I get too far behind, I just write them down. But I just free fire
With the dates. I don't just write the movies. I actually write the dates, so I actually log them in those dates.
Yeah,
yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, 1964. I'm excited. Blood and Black Lace. Did anybody pick up the 4K of that?
No,
I never did.
Nah, I just got that steelbook.
I'm definitely gonna pick it up when it comes out.
That's a great movie. I got to see that in the drive-in. I felt like last year or the year before.
I feel like that's a great movie to be on 4K.
Yeah, it is.
The coloring. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's that.
Yeah, that's that, man. I guess we're done.
Woo.
Yeah.
So next show, 1964, and this is also going to conclude season whatever. I don't know. What's
yeah, we're done.
We're done for the year, man. We're done for the year. Which doesn't necessarily mean we're actually done. We'll be back.
Yeah, we're doing Hills Have Eyes next, I think.
Yeah, we have probably 2 or 3 shows coming this summer, so be on the lookout for those. Hills Have Eyes.
Of course, we have Sin Bin still.
Yeah,
that'll be a monthly thing. So check out the Sin Bin show. Shout out to Tony, who's on the show right now. So this is basically a Sin Bin show.
And you're joining us for 64, Tony.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, 64 is gonna be fun. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna be at work all day tomorrow making my list.
All the Japanese movies. Hell yeah.
All right, guys. We're out of here, man. Have a good summer.
Yeah.
Deuces.
That's all, folks.